Check, check. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to each one of you present here, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to begin in a few minutes, so I request you all to kindly please make yourselves comfortable. And ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, BW Education is a 7+ years old exclusive education community of BW Business World. Our presenting partner for today, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Our supporting partner, All India Council for Technical Education. B School partner, Loyola Institute of Business Administration. Online learning partner, Coursera for Campus. Are in association with BW Education and organized by BW Business World. Ladies and gentlemen, our events partner for today, Exchange for Media, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Beanly, Reality Plus, Impact, Pitch, and IMW Buzz. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to have a very good day right here today. So can we have a huge round of applause for all of you right here? Well, it's so good to see all of you with smiling faces right here. I'm sure today is going to be a great day. So I quickly request you all to please settle down and once again, make yourselves comfortable. Thank you. Once again, a very good morning and a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Juhi, and it's my pleasure to be your host for today. PW Education, a 7+year-old exclusive education community of PW Business World, is pleased to welcome you all to the 6th edition of PW Annual Higher Education Conference to acknowledge and applaud the efforts of influential educators who are setting new standards for leaders and teams around India. BW Education Higher Education Conference aims to gather the movers and shakers to pave the path towards a holistic growth of the nation through advanced and sustainable education ecosystem. PW Education, ladies and gentlemen, is a platform to explore the latest innovations and ideas that can transform the lives of students, educators, and the industry. With the contribution of insights from Indian education realm leaders, this summit is a must attend to understand the potential and current evolution happening in the Indian education system and how this will affect the entire ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request the BW team to play the AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW education. Well, ladies and gentlemen, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW business platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. Also, ladies and gentlemen, as we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag BWHEC and hashtag HEC on social media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I please request the BW team to show us today's AV. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was the AV for today's event. And before I move forward to today's proceedings, I would like to once again thank our partners for the day. Presenting partner, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Our supporting partner, All India Council for Technical Education. Our B School partner, Loyola Institute of Business Administration. Online learning partner, Coursera for Campus in association with BW Education, and the event organized by BW Business World. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to commence today's event, can we have a huge round of applause for this morning? Everybody, come on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural session and opening remarks, may I please welcome onto the dais Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media. Can we have a big round of applause for him, everyone?
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. Kudos to Priya for organizing this. We did this in Telangana and Chennai, and we hope to do it in more states. It's my honor and privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor T.G. Sitaram, who is the chairman of the All India Council for Technical Education, AICT. Dr. Sitaram, Professor Sitaram, thank you for making the effort to come all the way from Delhi. I have come from Delhi in the night, so I know it takes quite an effort. So thank you for giving us your time, attention, and patronage. It's my honor and also to welcome Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, who is the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. Thank you, Mrs. Mittal, for being here. I'd also like to welcome Reverend Dr. C. Jose Aruni. He's the director of the Loyola Institute of Business Administration. Mr. Prashasti Rastogi, and all our speakers throughout the day who are leaders in the higher education space. My editorial colleagues, our senior editor, Mr. Rohel Amin is there, Priya is here, Prashant, Preksha, all of you put in a lot of effort to make today a day of learnings, connectivity, and some takeaways that can really impact the higher education landscape. Today's event's theme is Classroom to Career, Bringing Higher Education Industry Closer. I just want to say that the theme is right. More and more, it's the applicability of what we learn in classrooms and its implementation. And again, the ICT in the last 8-9 years has done a lot to be able to bridge that gap, whether it's at the policy level or its own initiatives. Let me say that the objective of education should not just be a career. It should be learning. A career is a byproduct. I'm a cricket fan. I shared my birthday with Sir Donald Bradman. And in 5 days from now is Sachin Tendulkar's birthday. He'll be 50. He didn't go out to say, oh, I'll be a member of parliament. He just went out and played good cricket. So it's excellence in learning. That should be the name. Careers will happen. And again, careers happen because of many other things. Great career is a combination of opportunity. Recently, Ginny Rometty, who was the chairperson of IBM for a long time, she was the first women tech leader to join IBM 40 years back. And when she first joined IBM, she had a boss, she had a mentor, and she expressed that someday she'd like to be the CEO. And the boss said, he said something, let me say that. He said, you can't be what you can't see. You can't be what you can you see any women in leadership roles there? But Ginny Rometty broke that because success in careers and starting of careers is a lot of serendipity. It is a lot of providence, and it is about the quality of intake institutions too. I'll come to that. I'll keep my address brief. I'm here primarily because Professor T.G. Sitaram and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal are here. So as a mark of respect, I came, I listened to you, but just to contextualize, my parents are academicians. My father studied on on a scholarship at BITS Pilani. That time it was called Birla College of Engineering and Sciences. It was not called BITS Pilani. He makes it a point to correct me. He's 84 now. And he went on a full scholarship. My mother was the SCRT. She was an academician. So I understand a bit of how academicians think. I also went to two higher education institutions, and with my work in the last 22 years in the media space, interacting with all kind of policy makers and leaders in various segments, I can say that the future is about learning. Careers will follow. But let me contextualize why we are saying this. Despite having the largest base of almost 1,100 plus universities in the world, almost 1,100, only 15 higher educations from India are in the top 1,000. So I think we have to look at quality and not just quality. Second, just to that we are almost 140 billion people. Out of this, the age bracket of 5 to 24 is almost 580 million, going to 600 million people. Now, this presents a huge opportunity in the higher education sector. And India is the world's second largest higher education ecosystem, where almost 40 million plus students, more than 40 million students in 50,000 academic institutions, totaling almost 1,100 universities. We also, when the new national education policy came out, we set out a very noble goal of increasing our gross enrollment rates from the current 27%, between 26 and 27%, to 50% by 2035, another 12 years. That's almost doubling. So clearly we need to do much more in the higher education ecosystem than we can imagine. And again, let's look at the international students. COVID is hopefully behind us. It's resurging again, hopefully behind us. Hopefully it's a blip. But before COVID and after COVID, India is the second largest source of international students, second only to China. You go to any university, my daughter is studying at Wake Forest University in North Carolina. The diversity there is low, but the single biggest student population apart from the Americans is the Chinese. So you go to almost any university in the world, it's possibly true. Even in Canada, where there are lots of Indians. Now, this government, the Ministry of Education, AICT, has implemented policies through the National Education Policy, where there is a strong focus on high quality vocational education, whether it's the skill development program, the government, which is more in the industry interface. But overall, there is a huge focus on high quality vocational education, which has an impact on career. Also, the government has embraced the Education 4.0 revolution, which promotes inclusive learning and increased employability. Now, what are the issues in higher education institutions? Despite having the largest base of almost 1,100 plus universities in the world, only 15 higher education institutions in India are in the top 1,000. Fortunately or unfortunately, the glass is half empty or half full. Private sector does almost 70%, 75% of higher education is in the private sector. 75%, more than 70%, between 70 to 75%. Now let's look at leadership. In privately run higher education institutions, the key criteria currently for leadership positions is PhD qualification, IIT, IIM faculty. While a PhD is not a sufficient indicator of leadership qualities, IITs and IIMs have become brands. So we have built brands in the higher education space. Now, when I talk of private institutions, Professor Sita Ram is there. I've interacted with all the ICT chairmen in the last 13 years. I'm right from Dr. Manta to Shri Anil Sahasbuddhaji, and my first time to meet Dr. Sita Ram, and hopefully he'll give me time in Delhi and come and meet him. In private higher educational institutions, interference by the sponsors, trustees is rampant, and academic freedom is not what it should be. Entrance exams, most of the entrance examinations are a test of rejection that do not assess the learnability quotient of a student, and hence fail to sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, attract the desirable mix of students. There is weak governance. Most higher educational institutions ignore attributes such as participation, responsiveness, transparency, and inclusivity. Assessment. The expert assessors from national accrediting agencies are clueless about good governance attribute. Pseudoscience. Promotion of pseudoscience in the name of promoting Indian knowledge system in prominent in education seems to be harmful. Division of powers. It's a favorite subject of mine. The Constitution of India allows both the central and state governments to enact laws related to the higher education sector, leading to confrontation. Sometimes, not always. For example, the recent confrontation between the governors and state governors of West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. So, related to vice chancellor appointments. Now, leadership can make a difference, and ideally, there should be no confrontation. We don't live in an ideal world. The last 2 points are underfunding. Indian higher education ecosystem, both in state and central level, has been dramatically underfunded for decades. Underfunding is the biggest issue right now. And last is internationalization. India has never had an international academic strategy and has been largely closed system for a half century. We started to embrace a lot of things. So what does lie ahead? Academic excellence demands integrative skills across teaching, research, and academic administration. And let me give you an example. I was last week invited to interact with the new Vice Chancellor of the Plaksha University. I met him, Professor Rudra Pratap. And I met some other people, academicians at the get together, and we were talking how an educational institution, university needs 3 people. It needs an academic leader, it needs an administrative leader, and in private institution, a fundraising leader. So one person cannot do this 3 jobs. It is not possible. So, however, in most universities, there is one person doing these 3 jobs. I'm just placing before the house, should we be bifurcating these roles? Now, constant training and retraining of teachers is also needed. Also, there is a burnout for some of the academicians by adding on the job skills. Leadership coaching bridges the skill gap that sometimes exists at the middle management in academic institutions. Most importantly, we had the new education, national education policy that came out in 2020. I think it's an excellent document, very comprehensive. We've done events around it, we've discussed it. The implementation of it in spirit is the key to achieving the goals in the higher education that we've set ourselves. I want to end by saying Professor Sitaram worked in the US, he's worked in the Northeast. I think there are lots of areas in this country that need much more integration with the country. Luckily, I mean, he was at IIT Guwahati and so on and so forth. I think this government's focus in terms of the Northeast is commendable. This government is doing a lot of things which some impact will be seen now, but some impact you'll see the next 5-10 years. It's seeding initiatives that will impact us. I just want to say that I'm maybe a little old-fashioned. Bringing industry and higher education together is important, but it cannot replace the traditional learning. And edutech companies are partner, and edutech has a role. We're talking in 5 months after ChatGPT was launched. Technology is an enabler. Technology is a partner. Technology is a collaborator. But classroom education is irreplaceable. Learning is the primary motive of higher education. However, there are 6 areas where the industry and higher education institutions can collaborate in terms of providing better learning and hence more career opportunities, better career opportunities. First is upgrading the curricula in a manner that new areas like artificial intelligence, like NFT, like blockchain are integrated into the curriculum. Second is being able to mandatorily, there are internships, but the quality of internships also need to be improved. It should not just be a tick mark. Third, the teacher or the academic leader is the most important asset of an institution. Everything else is secondary. Every building is good, that's very important, that's basic infrastructure. But giving more freedom, more resources, and more respect to the academic leaders through various initiatives will, and incentivizing them to be able to interact, engage, and work with the industry will help in bridging this gap. Fourth, in India, and I will say it by personal experience, the leaders of educational institutions, sometimes when they're number twos, number threes, do much more, they're more famous than them, or do more work in the industry than them, they're sidelined. I have seen it personally. I think in any institution, if you build your bench strength, if you create more leaders, then only the academic institution can do the job of bridging this gap between higher education institution and industry. And my last point, I talked about it in what's needed is the funding. Funding is not the end all or be all of everything, but we need capital. We need to be able to over deploy and not worry, especially in private institutions. There are targets. Education and healthcare should not have targets for leaders. Education is not about targets. Education is about impact. Education is about nurturing the talent. I'm sure with today's deliberations with Professor T.G. Sitaram, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Reverend Dr. C. Joarun, and everyone who's here, who's making a meaningful contribution to the higher education landscape in India, will be able to contribute to this conversation and discourse. And hopefully through our media, we'll be able to take it to a wider audience. I'm grateful to all of you for being here. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for sharing your valuable insights. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Dr. Anurag Batra onto the dais to felicitate our dignitaries. Can we have a huge round of applause once again to welcome Dr. Anurag Batra? And now I would like to welcome onto the dais Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome him? Well, thank you so much for joining us here today, sir. And also, I would like to welcome onto the dais Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian University. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Thank you so much for joining us here today, ma'am. It's a delight to have you here with us. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody, ladies and gentlemen? And now we have with us Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. A big round of applause for her, everybody. Now I would like to welcome onto the dais Reverend Dr. C. Joe Arun, SJ Director, Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Liba. Can we have a big round of applause for him? It's a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Thank you for joining us. And now I would like to welcome onto the dais Prashasti Rastogi, Director, Coursera for Campus. Can we have a big round of applause to welcome her, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for joining us here today, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. A huge round of applause, everybody, for Prashasti Rastogi, Director, Coursera for Campus. Well, I would like to thank all our dignitaries for joining us here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as they say, any occasion we start on an auspicious note. And to do the honors, we will be having the lamp lighting, the lighting of Kutuvilaku. So may I please request our dignitaries to light the traditional lamps. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be lamping the traditional lamps right here to begin this event on an auspicious note. I would like to also welcome Professor K. Vijaya Bhaskar Raju to please join us onto the dais to lamp the traditional lamps. Vice Chancellor, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everybody? Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for a bright start this morning. And now may I please request our dignitaries to settle down. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, to deliver the welcome address. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
Very good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, very distinguished vice chancellors and heads of the institutions. I'm very happy to be part of this BW education event, particularly because it is focusing on higher education and industry coming closer together. I will not repeat what Dr. Batra said. Batra has touched upon every aspect of higher education and where we should go, what are the challenges, very in a detailed way. And he keeps writing also. So many of you might have known him, because I also had interaction with him 3 times when I was a director of IIT Guwahati. Today I'm here to just briefly to tell you about industry academy interaction, how important it is, and what AICTE is being doing in last 6 to 7 years, because my entry into All India Council for Technical Education is only 3-4 months old. So it's not what we have envisaged, but it is what AICTE is being doing in this space, and how important it is for becoming Vishwaguru. I think we need to really focus this closer interaction between academy and industry. Why this is important? Can you put the slide, please? Yeah. This and also, anyway, there are a lot of engineering institutions here. So I thought let me share you that we recently, brought out our approval process handbook for the year 23-24, wherein we have brought many changes in favor of the both the institutions and as well as the students. The whole idea is, we have to make the rules simpler, but at the same time also everybody should be able to follow them and also maintain the quality. Please remember, quality is going to be the main issue. Now we have given you a sort of a little bit of flexibility, but now we will come back with inspections. Yes, because that's very important. We have given you all the what you wanted. We tried to understand all your difficulties, and we have looked at very carefully all your requests, and as much as possible, whether it is teacher-student ratio or the ranking, whether NBA accreditation. And also we are slowly thinking we should not be worried about 30, 60 seats counts. We will be very little more flexible to give you additional 30, additional 60, because there are institutions running thousands of seats in some colleges. So there should not be any disadvantage to the people who are looking at very positively. Friends, multidisciplinary education, teachers training, research and innovation are a key for us to really grow in this space of higher education. Thanks to national education policy, which has brought a lot of hope in us. And also, I think many of us are coming together to discuss challenging issues and see what can be done and how we can lead the world. There are numbers, but quality we have to improve. There is a lot needs to be done in terms of quality. So our all collective goal is to make Indian students a 21st innovator or interpreter. This is little side. Yeah. Yeah, you have a mic, color mic? If it is not there, then I can't see the screens here. It's neither that side, this side. Color mic is there? Yeah. No, color mic is there, fine.
You can also sit there, so that we sit there, and then you can come back, so that everyone can see.
Keep it side, don't remove it. Yeah, either. Thank you. I a little bit differ with Dr. Batra in one aspect of it. In reality, students, when they come for education, nobody thinks about lifelong learning. They are basically coming there to get a job. It's a job-oriented education, even though we don't like that, and our philosophy is not that, and Indian philosophy is never that. Okay, when a Gurukula system, and we go back to the old schools of thoughts, all is completely about lifelong learning. Okay, and there is nothing like job-oriented learning. But in the last 100 years, I think we are focused too much on job-oriented learning. But suddenly we may not be able to change that. So today, when we were students, let me tell you, I mean, I'm not going for 100 years back. When we were students in the 80s, we never heard about what is called placement. Okay, many of the engineers sitting here in this room will agree with me. There is nothing called placement. So we all joined. Why did we join civil engineering? It is only to, I get a job in PWD. That was the only PWD and electricity board are the only ones who are hiring us at the time, engineers. And I don't think even Vishweshwaraya would have said the same thing. Yeah, because during this period also, it is only these two agencies in the infrastructure area where engineers were really high. But the space has changed, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite drastically. Today we have disruption actually in every sphere of our life. The way communication and mobile technologies have really got into our lives, things are mind-boggling. And the technology-oriented and the emerging areas are in every sphere of every engineering field. So we cannot be looking at what we were when we were students. We have to look at completely differently now that these students, as somebody even was mentioning, that the students really would like to have fun in the college rather than rote learning. And I have seen even in that Indian Institute of Science, when I was teaching, this was a real difference. I never had a class more than 20. In my entire 30 years of career, my class strength was 20 size maximum. Okay, because we don't have the undergraduate program at IISc. So we more look at what we do research. We used to, every time I teach a course, it will be completely different, same course. So we had a lot of freedom. Academic freedom was there, and the way we conduct examination was different. The way the curriculum is being taught is different. And when sometimes, I had students of 1 or 2 students in the classroom. So that time we are able to even convert them into textbooks. So because there are a lot of action with 1-to-1. But I don't think that luxury can be applied to every institution. So I'm not giving you a very wrong picture to you. So we have a 1.4 billion people to satisfy, and we are still in higher education sector only 26% GR ratio. So we have a bigger role to really bring many into higher education fold. So in this, we cannot be doing alone. That's where we require the industry partnership, because finally students are looking for jobs, and the jobs are given by these industries or the government, public sector, whatever you call. Okay, so we need to come together to train these students for future ready jobs, because the jobs are also changing today with ChatGPT 4 coming in. It's many jobs profiles will be completely vanished, not changed, vanished. They will just vanish and the new profiles will come. So we don't need to be scared, because these tools are developed by us. They should be self-servient to us, then we need to be worried about them. But what do we do? What we should be doing in such a disruptive technologies coming into our lives? How are we going to prepare our students for the future? This is a big challenge. So this is where I see that industry coming close to the academia will play an important role. So let us look at what AICT is doing, whether it is in skill development and enhancement, faculty development, and even ODL. Today, another important thing also is vocational education, distance education, and regular classroom education are all synchronizing today. Particularly, I think Professor Pankaj Mittal will talk about National Credit Framework, I hope, which has been released on the April 10th, which actually tries to unify all these different, vocational education and distance education all are on the same platform today. So we don't need to really so much worry about, distance education is a second rate. All that is gone. We have to start accepting that these are all on the same platform. And we have to deliver quality. See, please understand, there will be a lot of issues because our mindset will not accept both are equal. But we have to see with the kind of COVID coming in, so we already started accepting. Online education is also part and parcel of us. So blended education may be better. So I am not here to deliberate or discuss what is better and what is best. That is left to you, who is going to be doing in the classrooms. But what AICT is trying to do excellence in research, how to create research environment and innovation in the academic institutions. And particularly, we are focusing more on the engineering institutions, which are affiliated or autonomous. And then how do we provide the internship? All of you know that internship, AICT has then made it compulsory. And please remember one more thing again, whenever I say compulsory and all these words, we always say this is the guidelines from AICT. Following or not following is your challenge, because we are in a democratic world. So, and then we also employability enhancement, we are focusing. We are also coming back to the courses, content development, and also content development in regional languages. It's a very, very important. Many of you might still be hangover with English, and we are all, because we all got educated like that, but definitely we need to now look at to give more options for our students. With regional languages is a focus where they can think, learn in that language, but communicate to the whole world and become a global engineer in English. There's no problem. So entrepreneurial, that's another focus. I think India has to be the leader by 2047. I think we need to focus more on startups and entrepreneurial activities. And at least I say 5 to 10% of our students should become an entrepreneur. I'm not saying successful, but 5 to 10% of the students. So that's a very big challenge. So we can see the companies where we are tying up with, and we are helping. See, we tying up means we are trying to help you with the linkages of these companies. They're all global companies. So luckily, many of the Indian diaspora is also doing very well in those companies. It's not operating. Can you go to the next slide, please? Oops, sorry. Leave it there. I think it's working now. So we have signed MOUs with a large number of industries. So with government agencies, about when I say industries, as I told you, it's not really core. I mean, word, don't go by the word. Any agency which is giving jobs. So government institutions in the universities, with private limited NGOs are also today offering some sort of a job to the people. So total number of MOUs signed, we have about 150, where focus is on faculty development, online courses, entrepreneurial promotion, content development, education analytics, employability enhancement, skill assessment and enhancement, and internship and placement, and also excellence in research and innovation. So some of the transformative initiative of IICT in the last 6 to 8 years, which you all agree with me, I think if you don't consider me as a chairman of IICT for a minute, and look at these programs, they're really out of the box for a government agency, which is meant for an approval process. Okay. So whether it is revision of curriculum, again, I wanted to highlight here, we have done that in 2017-18. Now we have restarted that again to bring in industry relevance into our courses. So many of you who we means what? I think in IICT, I hardly have 80 people permanent staff. Okay. And about 300 people with consultants and other things. They don't do anything. They just do your travel arrangement. It's done by the faculty, professors of IITs, NITs, or centrally funded technical institutions. Okay. All these curriculum development is all done. Many of you who are sitting in this also are part of that process. So this is, even we are focusing on teachers training and faculty development program, mandatory induction, holistic development. This is another one thing. On a holistic development, we are also heavily focusing. So our induction program of 3 weeks emphasizes on universal human values, which is, I think, is very critical for the younger generation, because they are too much tech savvy, and they're always engrossed in the mobiles and other things. So they need to come out of that for a while. Think about their neighbors, friends, family, and all that. That is run through the human values. Then we also have a very strong group, MIC Innovation Cell, on promoting innovation, startups, and internship policy. And then exam reforms. So our examinations also have to reform. And too many exams. We had a lot of discussions on that also very recently. How do we make it more student friendly? There should not be so much stress on clearing these examinations. In one such initiative was, I really liked, is IIT Kanpur has developed, I think because many of your parents also, so your children, when you are trying to put them into JEE, because it's an aspiration for getting into IITs, IIT Kanpur has developed a tool, which is self-learning tool for preparation for JEE, because these coaching classes are really troubling them. So that is also very expensive also. So this is a self-learning free online tool. I think IIT Kanpur is going to launch, which will be very useful. Some of you should look at that. Then also an institute perspective plan developments, industry readiness, mandatory cells are being created. And I also would like to say Indian knowledge system is very, very important, very critical. Please understand, I will show you one or two slides why it's important. The whole world is already accepting India had a huge knowledge. Somewhere we lost it in the last 150 years. I think it's a good time to revive. You need to go nook and corner. It will not happen in 1 year or 2 years. It will take another decade of work putting together. And I think we should all have patience to look at it. And we should not call this as a pseudoscience. It's very sad, actually. And that means we are not very proud of what is our ancestors have done. So maybe objectively we'll evaluate. We are a society which always evaluated everything objectively. So let's do that even now. Why don't we have running out of patience saying that it's a pseudoscience? So let's study that, record them. But it doesn't, and all of us know that it doesn't happen in 6 months, 8 months, or 1 year. It takes time. We got to what we have lost in 150 years. To bring it back to focus or even to know a little bit about it takes at least another decades or 2 decades of work. I think we need to do that. So now we are in the phase of implementation of NEP, which is a big thing. I think we need to start looking at, because now, particularly engineering institutions, let me tell you, now National Credit Framework is out. We are going to immediately roll out how multiple entry exit can happen in engineering. That assurance I can give you. Who will roll out? Some of you will be involved in that to decide and tell us. I did request Professor Pankaj Mittal also to guide us how to do that in engineering, because we are already a 4-year program. How do we do multiple entry exit without affecting the major things? Okay. So, and Academic Bank of Credit also has come. So we need to start looking at that carefully, because now we have a framework which is signed by the Honorable Minister and released for the public. Okay. Till that, it was a draft policy. Shifting focus from cognitive skill to non-cognitive skills is one other area where we need to focus. That's where industry interaction is very critical. And I will leave out the international higher education, internationalization of higher education. I will also talk about mandatory internship and also national apprenticeship also, because as I told you, we may be talking in the NSQF level 4.5 and above, because we are only talking beyond diploma and other things. But we also look at what is our input, where is that coming from. So when we synchronize the vocational, higher education and distance learning, I think we need to also look at where are the input coming from for us. So that's where we need to understand there. And some of the initiatives I will highlight is National Education Alliance for Technology of AICTE one, which is very, very important. And then we also talk about the Smart India hackathons, and then One Nation, One Data. I will also highlight to you what is One Nation, One Data, so that you don't need to really submit your data to NBA, NAC, AICTE, university differently. And each one you will be asking some professor to do it, then he will be doing his own numbers also there. So, but this tool will stop that. Say what you will do is it will pop up, you send it yourself, 120 your students are here, now you are putting it 150. So you can correct yourself. So that's a tool, One Nation, One Data. It's almost ready. Professor Dr. Radhakrishnan's committee has also given a green signal. I hope they will give instructions and start operating that. So these are some of the initiatives of AICTE. And I will not, I want to highlight little on mother tongue and regional languages, as I said, very, very key, because I've traveled extensively in the world. I think many of you have seen, every country uses their own mother tongue, whether it is engineering, medical, dental, everything is taught in that language. Somehow we are, maybe some argument may be advantageous that we got educated in English, so we can be a global citizens, like what we have a principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So we can serve the world, which is good. Let's continue with that. We'll not break that. But at the same time, for the disadvantaged people in the rural areas, I think we will provide the content in the local language. Let's start developing. We never had even books in engineering books in Kannada and Tamil was better actually. We are sitting in Chennai. Chennai is actually running some program. Anna University was doing in Tamil quite early, but other states had forgotten about it. So AICTE has done an excellent effort of 13 different languages of translation of books, very effective. And we are going to our tool, AACT tool, an Anuvadini, which is called, we have named it as Anuvadini, which will be a very transformational deep learning AI tool, which not only just text to text translates, it's voice to text, and you can insert from voice to your book. You can start dictating and it will start typing in the language you want, which is amazing technology. And I think that we are going to give it to all of you online so that you could start using them for your benefit. So, and the NEET portal, I will also highlight to you very clearly, and then ICAS portal and One Nation, One Data. So these are the 3-4 points, and I will, so let me start with NEET. So the skilling and upskilling, we are here talking about industry academy introduction, which is a very clear case. And if you, some of you have observed our approval process handbook this year, we removed that second-rate citizen of part-time program and evening programs. We have, see, some of you might get scared, sir, you have not given provision for us. No, we have given you all freedom to run your classes beyond hours. So, but we don't want to you to call that as a evening program, part-time program, because that means you're calling them as a second-rate citizen, second degree. So instead of that, you give them a regular degree, but give them an option, conduct your classes in the evening. Sir, how are you going to check whether we conduct or not? That is where we have come with some mechanism. We are working out a mechanism. So that's why I said, when we say inspection, we're going to come at that. How are you going to do that? What is the validity? So are you really running the classes or not? These are some of the things which we wanted to put it through using technology rather than physical presence of our inspectors. So there we are also emphasizing on logical thinking, innovation, creativity, and an ability to solve real life problems remain the most prized skills in today's economy. So we, I think Dr. Batra talked about edutech companies. So this is a space for edutech companies also we have created. So which is paid, unpaid, free, pro bono, all that is being accommodated in our NEET portal. NEET 1.0 was, you can see total registration was only 2 lakh. Registered student was about 1.88 lakh. But now we have graduated to NEET 4.0. NEET 3.0 is, I'll just show you. We have covered higher education, school education courses, vocational courses, skilling and upskilling courses. Indian traditional cultural knowledge system courses also are uploaded by different edutech companies. It is not ours. We have only reviewed, curated, and accepted them. And also they pay some fee to the AACT so that they are in the system. They don't, once they put it up on the portal, they are available to you and help. So, sorry. This is one, NEET 4.0, we will bring it out. 3.0 took some time because a lot of change in the administrative system at IACT. So 3.0, we will launch it in a week's time, but next one will be the NEET 4.0, which will be a very dynamic one. If some of the edutech companies are here, that means if you come to us within a month, we will decide whether you are on the platform or not. And then we will not compare with other companies. We just evaluate you as independent, your tool. So we will give you, this is a very, very excellent, large number of people are now using these courses online. So skilling. So we will also, for accommodating some rearrangement of sliders problem. This has come early, but anyway, let me say that we would like to bring a very similar to internship portal, our placement portal for particularly rural engineering colleges. This will be launched maybe within a month's time. And I'm very happy to tell you today, to share to you, 500 companies have come forward to be partnering with us, saying that they're all eager to say, okay, we are going to help the rural engineering colleges. Because many of the colleges are, we know that numbers are dwindling, particularly in the core engineering. So, but we require engineers. I don't think there is no demand. There is a demand, but the demand is very skewed. That is payment, the salary is linked to salary. Salaries are so low in core engineering, students will not join. So we need to talk to the industry and see how we can improve for the freshers. So that means we have to impart some skills during the college days. So they are industry ready. So they'll start working. So it's a big challenge. I understand it is not a very easily said and done. So with that effort, we have tried to create the internship portal, sorry, placement portal. This is our Innovation Council, which is the ministries, but it is located in AICTE. And all of you know that to impart the startup culture and entrepreneurship culture and innovation ideas, we have brought out the policies, as well as today we have about 7,000 institute innovation councils. I think many of your institutions have them working very effectively, and now we have a goal of doubling that in 2 years. Our goal is to change that to 15,000 institutions, where we are not only saying AICTE institutions, we are going to even schools, we are going to universities, all that. So the National Innovation and Startup Policy of 2019 for students and faculty has been brought up, that we have to change the mindset, not only in our colleges and AICTE affiliated, even in IITs we have to change. So yesterday we talked about all that, how to create incubation, pre-incubation support to these institutions. So just good news to you, AICTE has closed down all their approval process from regional offices, but those regional offices are converted to what is called as Innovation Center. Our council is approved. So that means we will give a technology support to all the institutions who are willing to do the startups and entrepreneurship locally from regional offices, which are either in Chennai or Trivandrum or Bangalore or Bhopal or Mumbai, Kolkata. All these offices are now converted to called as Innovation Center. Yeah. So you can see the innovation and startup ecosystem, how it is growing from year to year. I think compliments to the MOE's Innovation Council, which has done a fantastic job. So today, even though numbers are a little older, it is crossed 7,000 institutions. So this is in 22-23. So this year, as I told you, in 2 years, we wanted to double this to 15,000. So AICTE internship portal is very popular. In the last 3 months itself, we have got more than 50,000 students registered for this portal. So how many registered? Verified student, about 1.72 crore students are on this portal. So, but what we have to do is, these are all done during pandemic period. So we need to now do physical internship, which has a value to the students. So again, I seek support of the industries in this. This is a very close linkage with industry and academy interaction. It is not only just in the higher education institutions. So, and we also require a motivated, energized and capable faculty. We are actually talking to all the IITs. This is another, anyway, all of you know that. I will not read this, but I would like to tell you the new policy which we just came out from the council, IIT council. I spoke to all the IIT directors to train from your colleges for 3.5 months students. AICTE will support in the emerging area. They will be sent to IITs, 3.5 months training will be done for a regular course in an IIT environment, IIT, NIT and environment, wherein they will take the classes. These are teachers, please, teachers who are deputed from your institution will take classes along with other students of IITs, compete with them and clear the courses and come back to you as to teach emerging areas across the discipline. Okay. So this, I'm still talking to IIT directors, and 2-3 directors have already agreed, including IIT Madras. They have agreed, which is a very, very innovative proposal which we have brought. So as you know, that basic FDP, advanced FDP, academic leadership program we are conducting. And one other intervention in technical books, this is where I said AICTE has done a tremendous work. So you could see NAP 2020 is AICTE started engineering education in Indian languages. Very happy to say states offering courses in 11 states are offering. And sir, what happens to their job? See, please understand, we are not expecting all of you to start in Tamil, Kannada, no. Don't want also. But those who want to do it also have to see how you are going to place your students. Very, very important. We might also help you. You give us ideas also, how to talk to the state government, state public service commissions to put this as a criteria that if you have done an engineering in Tamil, we will place you in PWD or some places locally, local offices in the district and other things. That kind of a political commitment also is required to make this popular. It will take time. But what is AICTE is doing is developing languages material in these local regional languages, which will be available across the world. To just tell you the good news, 47 countries have downloaded from our portal called eCum these courses, which are prepared in different languages. More than 1.5 lakh downloads have happened on this portal in last 4 months. Still, we have not yet, completely allowed all the translation to happen, but that is the very initial numbers what I am giving. So you might have seen recently we released the Malayalam also, and Tamil also is there. And IGNU has signed to translate the management courses in Indian languages. We have signed, and already some 10-15 books have been done, already translated and ready for usage. Because IGNU had a model curriculum based on AICTE, all the MBA courses. So English texts were available. Now we have converted them into this. So this is the recent the book release. This is the eCum. eCum is a platform, knowledge unleashed in multiple Bharatiya languages, which is a portal repository of engineering books in different Indian languages. So some of you, if you are interested, we are going to organize a big conference in Bangalore, most probably at Indian Institute of Science, so that there is a credibility to this course, this conference, jointly with the Languages Center at Mysore, AICTE and Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti. And this event would be, we have named it as for in through Bharatiya Bhasha. Okay, a fit Bharatiya Bhasha. For in through, for Indian languages, in Indian languages, and through Indian languages. That means it could be technology development, it could be software development, it could be translation, it could be many things, voice to text, text to voice, everything. Very, very state of the art. Our tool, if some of you get a glimpse of it, I'll tell you, you will all like it because it's a real time. If there is a speech of Honorable Prime Minister in 20, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, it will be real time translated in different languages. It's possible today. Swayam, I think, is an excellent initiative, and the whole world is looking at us. To actually, recently, Columbia Institute invited me to give a talk on the Swayam initiative of Government of India. This, I'm only telling you about 156 courses, only AICTE. We have been given only one task of interdisciplinary nature, yoga and other things. Other things are all with IIT Madras and many other institutions. I think AIU is also involved in that. And accreditation is very important, ladies and gentlemen. AICTE made a compulsory in 2014. But unfortunately, every year we have to give a exemption to you because many of you are not coming. Okay, and many actually private institutions are coming forward, but not many of the government institutions. I feel that all of you take this very seriously. Accreditation is not a pass or fail. It is anyway binary. We will give you accreditation or no accreditation, but you have to make an attempt to come to to NBA for the subject program accreditation and NAC for the other thing. Hopefully there are some initiatives which may be coming through a combined effort of NAC and NBA. Luckily, we have now chairman of NBA and NAC together. The same person is looking after. So there will be a transformative initiatives. And ODL institutes are also increasing to show that we are not discriminating ODL and vocational and all this. So this is another initiative for scientists who are doing a lot of fundamental research in engineering institutions. iSTEM is an initiative for Indian Institute of Science. They have come together all the national statistic equipments, very high state and high-end equipments available on a one single platform. So now you will be able to book it and use that for your research purposes. So AICTE actually was thinking of bringing out a scheme to support you financially also. We will give you some funds so that you will only use it for paying the rent for those equipments for the time allotted. So that means now we are bringing the entire state-of-the-art facility to your college through online. That means you don't need to physically go there. You can book it online, do your experiments, conduct your, get your results online. You have to pay some fee that initially we will provide you from AICTE. So the last is the Idea Labs. I think some of colleges have. Chennai Institute of Technology as an Idea Lab. Similarly, many institutions, we have created 100 Idea Labs. wherein students have an experiential learning. So this is the distribution of learning through the Idea Lab network. About 93 are there, Idea Lab networks. And then the Indian knowledge system, the last 2 slides I have, I'll just talk about 2 slides and close my talk. So Indian knowledge system is very critical. As I told you, all of you have to have patience. It's not going to happen. But one thing I want to tell you, remove from your mind, this is a pseudoscience. No, it is not a pseudoscience. It's a real science, but that is what you have to do. We are asking you to do that science. Prove that they are all not pseudo. So better is, unless we dwell ourselves into it, how do we say pseudo? That's the question I am putting in front of you. So we have established 76 IK center, involved in one of those centers, and funding for 210 transformational research projects in IKS has been funded by the ministry's IKS division, and establishment of IKS MIC program for technology demonstration, and establishment of virtual IKS innovation hub being implemented, which is announced, and the higher education initiative, we have supported 4,000 internship. So the numbers what Professor Gantimurthy has done is mind-boggling. I think it's a very excellent initiative, and we need to support this initiative. I request, and it should start from school education. That's why we said we have also started school education initiatives. Then curriculum development in the Indian knowledge system. So anything by force we will not put, but by voluntary, we should start looking at it. So these are all I have to say. Thank you very much for your valuable time, and very happy that we practice all these very sincerely in all in our institutions and reach to more and more students who will be future ready, industry ready students, so that we don't have a shortage of jobs, and we don't need to be scared of closing down our institutions. I think we should revive these institutions. I am very positive that all our engineering colleges will come to life, because we don't require engineers only for our country. The people will ask, where are the jobs? Jobs is in your mind. So because today jobs are changing. ChatGPT has come and it will change all the jobs. So it is a dynamic process. So you please give confidence to your students so that there are plenty available, and we are global citizens. Today, Indian diaspora is across the world, and we can speak English confidently and present our ideas, thought process. We accept things. So I think we'll be successful. I think that message should go very strong to everyone in the world. And then, there is a good possibility by 2047 will be a Vishwaguru again. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Professor, for such an informative session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward now for the keynote address, may I please welcome onto the dais Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian University. Can we have a big round of applause to welcome her?
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Thanks to Business World for inviting me here. Thanks to Bharat Institution. It's a pleasure speaking over here. We have just heard the extensive lecture by Professor T.G. Sitharam, the chairman of AICTE. I promise I won't be that elaborative, but I have to do justice to my keynote speech. Therefore, I will be speaking for some time, but mostly on what has changed, say after NEP, after COVID, and how the universities and colleges have to transform themselves, how AIU is trying to help them transform, and what the future of education would be. So, because university industry interaction to a large extent, Professor Sitharam has already spoken. So I'll start with the story, which happened. I mean, I'm very fond of that, so I keep on speaking about that in every conference. So maybe some of you have already heard it. So it is not a story. It is something which happened 100 years back, more than 100 years back, in 1905 with Einstein. So Einstein in 1905 gave a question paper to his students. And when the question paper was about to be distributed, his teaching assistant came to him and said, Sir, there is some problem. He says, what? Sir, some terrible mistake has happened. He says, what happened? He says, sir, this is the same question paper which we gave to the same set of students last year also. So how can we give the same question paper? So Einstein smiled. He said, there's no mistake. The question is the same. The question paper is the same. The questions are the same, but the answers are different. Why? Because in 1904, Einstein published 4 papers which are known as Annals of Physics Education, which was relating to theory of relativity, Brownian emission, E is equal to mc square and all, which changed the very paradigm of physics education. Therefore, questions were the same, but the answers were different. And he wanted to see whether his students have really understood those papers or not, they have gone through those papers or not. Similarly, before NEP and after NEP, before COVID and after COVID, before ChatGPT and after ChatGPT, questions are the same. What is to be taught? How is to be taught? How the assessment and evaluation of the student should be there? But the answers are totally different. For example, what is to be taught? We have been teaching some curriculum in our universities. We have been revising the curriculum, some in 3 years, some in 20 years, but some revision has been there. But if you ask somebody what will be the job scenario in say 2030, the job scenario in 2030 will not be these say clerical jobs or coding jobs or something like this, because if you ask for a coder today, instead of coder, if you write to ChatGPT, this is the problem, give me a code in this particular language, it will give. So where will the coder work? So will that type of jobs exist? So jobs are totally going to sort of totally different types of jobs will be there, whether it is in artificial intelligence, robotics, even the world of entertainment is changing with AR and VR. Even the world of tourism is changing. I mean, initially it was domestic tourism, then it was international tourism, now it is space tourism. So everything is changing. Therefore, the curriculum has to change very, very fast. 3 years is also a very long time now. Depends upon the subject also. For example, history and all, maybe it can change in a little later time, but in subjects like technology on, it has to be changing very, very fast. Now come to how we teach. So how we teach in India, we were teaching mostly using the lecture method, but the NEP has said, and COVID has taught us, that lecture method is not always the best method. World over, the method used is flipped classroom model. They don't teach in the class. The students are given in advance the writings, I mean, text or audios or videos. In the class, only the discussion happens, understanding happens, problem solving happens, rationalization happens, reasoning happens. So it is a totally different way of teaching. So that has to change. And now with this AI and AI related tools, the shift in teaching process will be all the more greater. In AIU, we have established a committee called, the title is Impact of AI on Higher Education. So the report will be coming very soon and we'll be sharing it with all the universities. And in that report, we are talking about how AI will impact teaching learning, how AI will impact the governance of the universities, how AI will be impacting the assessment and evaluation. And for that impact, how the universities have to prepare themselves, how they have to train their teachers on using AI as an ally rather than a competitor. We cannot compete with AI. We have to use it as an ally. So how to use AI as an ally, how the students will be taught to use AI as a learning tool in terms of, for example, prompt engineering when we talk of. So what type of questions should be asked in ChatGPT so that we get right type of answers. So that committee we have already formed. So the teaching learning is going to change forever. And then the way we assess and evaluate our students, that is also going to change, because that 3-hour examination at the end of the semester, we have seen during COVID, it was not possible to hold it. But even if it is possible to hold it, the NEP says that it is not the best way of assessing and evaluating the student. The student should be assessed throughout. But now, when we say throughout, we were earlier talking about assignments, quizzes, say one-to-one discussions, group discussions or quizzes. But now with assignments, another thing has come. Now you give an assignment to the student, he goes to the ChatGPT, prepares the assignment answer and submits. So what to do with it? How to find out whether it is ChatGPT, or can you form an assignment in such a manner that ChatGPT cannot answer that assignment? So, so the way we assess and evaluate has to be quite different. Similarly, a lot of, like we're talking of industry collaboration, we did have a tie-up with CII. We called it 100 tie-up. that we will identify 100 universities, CII will identify 100 industries, and we will do a one-to-one tie-up between the universities. So that is going on. But then at AIU, we are trying to do many things to help the universities in promoting, say, implementation of NEP. For example, we held many webinars first for creating awareness, like something simple concept, we call it simple concept like ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. Now, when we talk of ABC, most of the universities, when we ask, have you implemented ABC? They say, yes, we have implemented ABC, we have implemented NEP. Then we ask them, what have you done in that? So then comes, okay, we have made it 4 years, we have allowed multiple entry, we have made it multidisciplinary, we have allowed multiple entry and exit. But is it actually working? No. It is only on papers. Maybe they have passed ordinances for multiple entry and exit, but they have not designed the courses in such a manner that, like, for example, if you're having a 3-year BA or BSc program, and if you want to implement multiple entry and exit, you cannot say that if you complete first year, you will get a certificate, second year, you get a diploma, and third year, you get a degree. You have to redesign the curriculum in such a manner that each year is a complete capsule in itself. So how to do this? Have they done it? No, they say no, that we haven't done so far, we'll be doing it in future. Similarly, when you say ABC, how have you implemented ABC? ABC, they will say that we have, our students have opened an account in ABC, and we have registered as an implementing agency for ABC with the ABC Bank. Now, what is ABC? I mean, there are many misgivings about ABC. They were in 2-3 minutes. I'll tell what is ABC and what universities are supposed to do implement ABC and what they have done. Now, ABC in simple language, because I speak in a very, very simple language, it is like a commercial bank in which you deposit money. ABC is a bank in which you deposit credits. Like you open an account in a commercial bank, similarly, you open an account in ABC. Student will open an account in ABC. So in commercial bank, you deposit money. In ABC, you will deposit credits. So how will you deposit credits? The student can do different courses from different universities. And once the course is complete, he can go to the ABC. For simplicity, I'll say bank manager. He'll go to the bank manager and say that I have completed this course from this university with these many credits with this grade. So enter it in my passbook. Again, passbook I'm using for simplicity. So the bank manager in the passbook will indicate that this student has done this course from this university from this period, and this is the grade. And these are the credits. So he keeps on accumulating the credits. And once he has sufficient number of credits, say 200 credits, suppose the student has accumulated, then if he has credits, say if he wants to do, say, BA economics, so he will see out of 200 credits, what are the credits which are relating to economics. So core credits of economics have to be complete, and at least 50% of the credits have to be from a single institution where he wants to go and have a degree. Suppose he comes to Bharat institution, says, give me a degree in lieu of these 120 credits. The Bharat will see that he has done at least 60 credits from my university, and all the core credits required for economics are complete. Then the Bharat will give a degree to that student in lieu of those 120 credits. And in the account of the student, 120 credits will be debited because he has used them. The way when you take out the money is debited from your account. So 80 credits will remain with the student. And like this, he can go on getting the degrees. Now, the question here is, it looks very simple. It looks very interesting also. The question is, how will the student accumulate the credits? How will he get admission in courses? Because right now, the universities are giving admission in full programs like BA, BSc, BTech, BE. The papers within the program, I mean, which we now call as courses, you're not giving direct admission to the papers or these courses. So unless you give admission in the courses, how will the student do multiple courses from multiple universities? So that is not possible. So there AICT is talking about NEAT, where they can be allowing some edtech companies to run some courses, and the students can be doing courses from those universities, from those edtech companies in collaboration with some universities. But till the universities start giving admission in courses, ABC cannot be implemented. So therefore, when we ask the universities, have you started giving admission in courses? They say no. So if it is no there, how can ABC be implemented? So therefore, it is very important for the universities to know that various aspects of national education policy, when they have to implement it, what they have to do to implement those particular provisions or recommendations of NEP. So that is not very clear to many, many universities. So in AIU, we did a full 1 year was spent on this, that how the various recommendations of NEP will be implemented. And we have come out with a report, which is available on the AIU website, which gives for each recommendation what will be the implementing agency, like who has to implement it, how they have to implement it, what is the action point, what is the timelines are also given. So if you want to see that report, you can go to AIU website and you can see it. And that will give you a very, very clear picture on how to implement each and every recommendation of NEP. So that is a very good report. Similarly, we saw that universities are struggling for internationalization of higher education. NEP has given a very big impetus to internationalization of higher education. But then we have, I mean, India is a large country, it is a diverse country. We have all types of universities, good universities, bad universities, and universities which are very good in internationalization, universities which are wanting to do internationalization, but they don't know how to do it, how to go about it, whom to talk to, whom to contact, how to collaborate, in what all areas they can have internationalization, how to attract foreign faculty, how to attract foreign students. So for that, again, we have made a network, we call it INHI, Indian Network of International Higher Educators, in which we are trying to handhold the universities who have the intent to do internationalization but are not knowing how to do it. So if you want to do real partnerships, if you want to do even if you want to say establish an international students office, yesterday only we had a very good webinar from one person was from USA, one from Hyderabad, who told how to establish an international students office. Because UGC issues circulars that every university should have an international students office, but how to do it is not being told. So this is the question which we are addressing: how to do different aspects, how to, like, for example, again, we are telling that technology should be used for teaching learning, but how to use technology for teaching learning, that they're not telling. Again, at AIU, we have established 10 centers in 10 universities. One of them is in Avinash Lingam Institution, but in 10 universities, we are having those centers in which we are training the teachers on how to use technology for effective teaching learning. So these are some of the activities which we are undertaking at our level to help our universities, to further the cause of higher education or to implement NEP in a very, very effective manner. And anybody who has any difficulty, or if they want to have any advice, you can also come to us. We are also starting a consultancy service in which we'll be having a panel of consultants who will be advising you on various aspects. It could be internationalization, it could be implementation of NEP, it could be NAC rating, it could be NIRF ranking, it could be SDG implementation, it could be NEP implementation. So if you want any advice from us, you can come to us. We are the largest association of the world with 940 universities as its members, and the second oldest association. We are 98 years old. In 2 years, we'll be celebrating our centenary. So with this, I will just end my talk here. Thank you very much, and you are all welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward for the leadership address, may I please welcome onto the dais Reverend Dr. C. Joe Arun, SJ Director, Loyola Institute of Business Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together to welcome him?
Morning, everybody. And I'm not going to ask Madam to come to Liba. Welcome to Liba. She has said, AIU. And I want to argue a case so that it will be useful to all of you. I'm representing a business school. I will restrict myself to business education. Subject to correction if I am wrong in saying something in very important. Professor Sitaram is not here because I wanted to argue against him. He's escaped. If all these to work, whatever he has said, there is a need to have a change in the thought process, which has not happened. If this has not happened, the thought process change, I don't think we will be successful in what we are suggesting. In my experience of last 18 years and more in business education, my education in Oxford University, they change your thought process. I will start with my experience in Oxford University. When I first went to Oxford University to do PhD, they don't call PhD, it is DPhil, Doctor of Philosophy. PhD is Latin, philosophy doctorate, but Doctor of Philosophy is English. So they say always DPhil. When I wrote DPhil, they thought diploma in philosophy. I said, no, then you have to put in within the bracket Oxonian. Otherwise, the first time when I went, and there is no lecture system, it's a tutorial system. A tutor and you, that's all in the university. So Professor Paul Dresch was my tutor. He called me for an appointment and I said, I went. He asked me this question, what do you want to do in Oxford? I said, I want to do PhD. No, he said, you can't do PhD. Why? I have come for PhD. No, you can't do PhD. I was so surprised, shocked. I got a scholarship I want to do. He said, PhD is an award that university will do. But you have to do something for which we will award you. You cannot do PhD. This is an award. Do you understand this? And in India, I say, I am doing MA, I am doing BA. You cannot be. They say, you write a thesis on something, and we will evaluate, we will tell you whether it is capable of being given BA or MA, MSc, or a doctorate. Thought process change. So I am not doing DPhil, but I am doing something on this. Similarly, what is really happening today, thought process change. We are shifted from pipeline to platform scale. We have shifted from pipeline. All the businesses have shifted from pipeline model to platform model. Kosra is here. Platform model. Earlier pipeline, product, channels, marketing, selling, consumer. Now, platform model, everybody plugs in and everybody interacting in one platform. And education also. But we have not changed. And we have not changed. Everybody is equal. Consumer is more informed than anybody else. So all of us in one platform, LMS. In education, LMS, platform model. What happened today, teachers have not changed their thought process. Earlier, the best professor was who had the knowledge. Today, one who can handle technology. The best professor of mine showed only the nose in the Zoom. All of us watched his nose only. Best professor. He did not know how to sit, where to sit, and all that. So the digital competence has become now very important for a teacher. We have not changed the thought process from pipeline to platform model. We are still stuck with this. The knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, all this have to be placed in the scale, what I call platform scale. Even performance evaluation, performance appraisal, for a faculty, for a student, everybody, how do you handle platform? How effectively use platform, which is missing. A thought process. thought process change, see what we call in philosophical anthropology, passive agency, active agency. I will explain, like Madam said very well. We have Indian cultural ethos thinking, everything happens to me. I don't make things happen. Why did you fail? Question tough or out of syllabus. You ask a teacher, why in your class 20 fellows failed? Because that's the way students are there. I am not responsible. Suppose you travel also more clearly from here to Trichy. Invariably in all languages, we will be traveling, we'll ask this, when will Trichy come? You are traveling, but when will Trichy come? Eppa sir Trichy varum? You will ask this question. It is because everything happens to me. But now the platform model, I have to do everything. Teacher will not teach. I have to learn. The learning is active agency. This thought process has not changed. So what I am arguing is, if whatever AICT is saying, the transformation that is happening, the transformation policy reforms that you're talking about, if this thought process change is not happening, and we are not going to be effective, we will have platforms which are not used, and student see today we don't need any building to run university, just a laptop enough. Best app, best LMS, you can run any. Coursera is best university now. They don't have building. Where is your building? Where is your auditorium? Where is your classroom? Where are your faculty? All of us are collaborating. Collaboration, collaborative teaching, collaborative learning, collaborative organization. It becomes like that. So therefore, this change in this thought process, what I call pipeline to, from pipeline to platform model. Therefore, my topic is leadership address. A leader in business education, higher education, must change his thought process. One more clear, in the jungle, you're here, in the jungle, which is the tallest animal? Giraffe. Which is the biggest animal? Elephant. Which is the fastest animal? Cheetah. Which is the wisest animal? Fox. But none of them is the king of the jungle. Lion is the king of the jungle. You know why? Thought process is different. The lion thinks very differently. The thought process change. The deer thinks everybody is going to eat me. But lion thinks in the morning, elephant is my dinner, deer is my breakfast. Thought process. Every day it eats 7 kilos. Go Google it. Who is the king of the jungle? Why lion is the king of the jungle? Google it, you will see. Thought process. I am saying, if you don't change thought process of a leadership, what is that thought process change? 3 things I will say and close it, because before she comes and asks me, please stop. Discernment, collaboration, networking. 3 keys to thought process change. Discernment, collaboration, networking. Discernment is, all of us have to discern. Don't decide. Discern what to choose, when to choose, how to choose, what we call that appropriateness. Anybody can get angry. When to get angry, where to get angry, how to get angry, with whom to get angry, at what degree to get angry. Appropriateness. Discern. What to study. Student also. Teacher also. What to teach today. Everybody teaches whatever they are prepared. No. Who is your student? In design thinking, who is the user? What is the use? That discern every day. That is the first characteristic of a leadership today, what I'm talking. Second one is, nobody can do anything alone. It has to be collaboration. collaborative teaching. I am not capable of technology. I need some technical guy. I am not good at in one subject. In 4 units, I am good at 3 units. So in LIBA, we have got collaborative teaching. Our exam system is very different. Singers must be tested on singing. Dancers must be tested on dancing. We don't have exam for common. You are very good in speaking, all exams will be in speaking. If you are very good in writing, most of the exams will be in writing. Why should I write when I don't know how to write? So the strength, working on the strength of our education. So discern, collaborate. The last one is networking. We need to network among ourselves. Like what Madam is talking about. We have to work together, network with each other. Whenever I need, whenever I don't have something, I should be humble enough to see. In learning and education, humility is the key. Humble, be humble. My professor in Oxford will say, I don't know, Joe. Please tell me. He's a Don of Oxford. Humility, humble. Humility is needed to network with each other. How many of us here, the business school here in Chennai, we are together? No, we aren't working in silos. Competition is not jealousy, rivalry. Competition is working together is competition. So I would say leadership needs a thought process change, for which I am suggesting these 3: discernment, collaboration, networking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. Moving on next, may I please welcome onto the dais for the industry address, Prashasti Rastogi, Director Coursera for Campus. Can we have a big round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning, everybody. The advantage of coming last to speak is everybody has made some valid points, and my job becomes how to summarize quickly in 5 minutes. So that's so much easier to do. But I heard so many nice things from Dr. Sitaram, who's here, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Arun also gave a very provocative, thought process driven address this morning. I would like to kind of bring in all these points together in what I wanted to share. And each one of you talked about how technology is transforming, how learning is transforming, and how educators need to also have a different point of view of how the students are consuming learning these days. And I'm saying consumption because everything has become very consumption oriented. Even learning has become. On YouTube, everything that they scroll and screen becomes very consumption oriented. So I will touch upon a few points. I wouldn't spend much on this slide because all of you, when you're in a room full of academicians, Coursera does not need an introduction, which is the advantage. But degrees today are not royalties for life. Lifelong learning is what we all talk about, and this is the way to survive. It's not even a concept, it's a mode of survival. And in Coursera, we have a triangle in which the current flows from one dot to the other. And how it does is we have got about 12 crore registered learners who come to consume learning on Coursera. They could be any age group, they could be working professionals, students, professors, whoever. And some of these are also coming through institutions like Dr. Arun mentioned. LIBA has partnered with Coursera for Campus to bring global learning and industry-based learning to the students there. Some of the governments and business corporations we work with, for example, in India, Reliance trains the entire workforce on Coursera. Telangana government or the Tamil Nadu government as well through Nan Mudalvan initiative trains students on Coursera. But where is all this coming from? So the current flows from one center, which is our industry partners and university educators. So we have about 100 now over, I mean, it says 75 plus, but it grows by the day. So we have about 100 industries who come on board to Coursera as authors. So when Dr. Arun was saying, you are a university, where is your building? Where's your infrastructure? We are not a university, but we are a university partner. We are an industry partner, and we are a medium through which knowledge gets disseminated to everybody who wants to learn. And having set the context, I would like to touch upon few points which are top of the mind for most of you in the room today. As a university leader, and we just heard the leadership address, and we talked about dissent, we talked about collaboration, we talked about network. These are the few points that come to top of our mind. We want to strengthen academic excellence. We want to make sure that everything that our students receive within our learning system is of the highest quality, and it's always updated. We want to drive student employability. We understand that outcome of learning is a career, and the end of learning is not a career, right? But there are to be certain skills that need to be gathered to make sure that the students are employable. Because on one side, we want to partner with the industry, but the industry also says the students who come to us, they're educated, but they don't have skills. They are not skilled. So how, as a university leader, we drive student employability? We talk about rankings and brand perception. This is important. If there is excellence and if there is an employability outcome, brand perception and rankings will also grow. And that will help us to do more within the institution and grow the scope and influence of the institution as well. And of course, as businesses, the idea is also to constantly generate important revenue. There are interventions from Coursera that we have developed to help you achieve these goals. And some of the ways in which the leaders are trying to achieve this are, how are we increasing collaboration? Dr. Sitaram said not everybody can do everything. Therefore, there should be faculty development programs. In technology, we call it GitHub, where people come and pool in their resources. They generate public code, which enables other users to develop things. So it's a collaborative platform. So how can educators collaborate and create a GitHub of knowledge? The second emerging trend is industry as educator. There's a concept of micro-credentials, job-based skilling. If these are the roles of the future, how are the skill buckets being transferred to the students to be able to prepare for those jobs? So how do we collaborate with industry, bringing in those skills direct to classrooms? The third trend is building talent pipelines. Campus to career, classroom to career is our topic today. So this is again an emerging trend where a lot of deliberation and collaboration happens. Fourth is empower faculty. Core competency has been something that has been at the center of digital transformations of businesses. How do we develop core competencies in the DNA of the organization that gives us some cutting edge for the next 3 to 5 years of horizon that is strategic to the businesses? In the university system, that core competency is the faculty DNA. And as we say, the campuses can't go everywhere, but the learners can come to campuses through digital technology. But is our faculty empowered enough for digital teaching, for online education? With these 4 trends in mind, there are some other concerns which are disruptive in nature. So those were the emerging trends. Now there is disruption. With ChatGPT, we realized that all jobs at all levels are getting exposed. When the 4th industrial revolution started, due to automation, we found that there were certain jobs certain kind of workforce that was impacted. People with no formal education or just a high school diploma, some college, no degree. These were the people who were suffering from the risk of automation. What has ChatGPT done, or the disruptive technologies that we are talking about? It has created a different section of workforce that will be impacted, with some college, no degree, bachelor's degree, master PhD, which means people with hands-on learning still will continue to find space in the workforce if they upskill themselves timely. What we are trying to build in Coursera, we understand that ChatGPT 4 is going to change the paradigm of how learning is being consumed, how educators and teach. So we are at Coursera experimenting with ChatGPT 4, and which we'll be kind of bringing live very soon. We're talking about personalized and interactive learning delivered to the power of one. I, as an individual, how will the platform adopt to teach me at my level according to my needs? And how a student can get a coach and a teacher can get a teaching assistant, which serves particular learning objectives. The disadvantage of AI language models is, how do you train those models to be valid, relevant, and authentic? Since Coursera is garnered in expert content produced by educators and industry like yourselves, we're training the algorithm to take Coursera content and work on these functionalities. We're talking about going from micro-learning to career-based learning. We're talking about how to generate assessments which are adaptive, and the staff can personalize them according to the learning objectives you want to deliver. So ChatGPT can really transform the way we experience learning in our classrooms using the right technology and right content. Basis all this, I would just like to show a model of how our degrees are changing, considering we want industry, we want real-time information, we want to embed micro-credentials, and we want to create career outcomes. So if you look at the example here, if we were to talk about best-in-class collaboration, this is a sample of what you would teach to a BTech computer science student who is specializing in AI and ML. You would have some core courses which are being taught by you, but you would also be able to access Introduction to Electronics by Georgia Tech, or Data Structures and Algorithms by UC San Diego, because as a collaborator in the best-in-class information available, best-in-class learning available, you would like to bring students what is most relevant and updated all time. So a student through this program will have access not only to the assisted and guided learning that happens in classrooms, but also benefit from what is happening at international universities. The other piece of this is industry as educator. So a student can actually, while they are at the university, earn micro-credentials from brands like Google and IBM and train on the skills that they are saying are relevant to perform a certain particular job. So this becomes your job-based learning piece, and this becomes your foundation. So a student is prepared for both things together. And why is this relevant? So we went to the world and asked many corporations and students around the world, what do they think is relevant to them? And how role of industry as an educator is significant in choosing programs or choosing employable talent. And this is the scale of the survey we did. We went across to these countries and spoke to about over 3,000 students and approximately 2,000 employers. And the outcomes of that survey were that students feel very strongly, the student is aware that industry micro-credentials will help them secure a job. 96% of students are confident that I need industry skills to be able to be relevant to secure a job of my choice. They also feel that this not only helps me secure a job, it also helps me stay successful in the job because I enter the job with the right kind of skills that are required to perform the job. And they would also make this as a criteria to choose a program over the other. So if they have industry exposure right at the center of the program they're choosing, they're more likely to enroll in that program. And these are some of the certificates that are being taken by students who use Coursera for Campus to learn within their institutions. And you would see the American Council of Education, the ones that are on the star, has also designated them for credit, which means they say this has the right kind of academic rigor to be implemented in the universities and prepare students for the jobs. And what is the outcome that happens after students take this kind of an education? I showed you an example of the BTech AI/ML specialization, which had industry micro-credentials as well as foundational learning happening within the university. So one of our partners, corporate partners, is Axis Bank. So they were looking for software programmers, software developers from the campuses. And they came to Coursera and they said, we would love to partner with you because you have the skill passport that each and every student in the universities possess. And they ended up hiring Anaga Bharadwaj, who is a student, final year student at Graphic Era University in Dehradun. And Rajkamal Vempati, who's the CHRO at Axis Bank, she said, in the digital first world, I would like to go and check digitally skilled talent first. And Coursera helped them match and talk to each other. So this is the outcome that happens once all of this is embedded into the way students experience learning in the colleges and the universities today. And the other thing that we are seeing happen is digital teaching, how to take my university online, because I want more and more students to learn what I am able to deliver within the classrooms. But it is impossible to increase the infrastructure and go live. But can I actually use technology to get my faculty to teach many more students the foundations that I have to deliver? So how Coursera is enabling universities to do that is by training faculty to be able to teach online. And we recently launched a program with BITS Pilani, which is a highly popular program. It's a 3-year bachelor degree. And now the BITS Pilani faculty is able to teach many, many students globally computer science through this program. So faculty becomes globally relevant with something like that. On this note, thank you very much for this morning and paying attention. If there are any questions, I'm here and I would love to interact with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prashasti Rastogi, for taking us through the entire industry address. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this now, we will get started with our first panel discussion. And the topic is going to be globalization and internationalization higher education. And ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session would be Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, PW Business World. Can we have a big round of applause to welcome him on the dais? And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite our panelists right here. So we just received a call from Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. And he said that he has some urgent administrative commitments. Also, the Education Minister has come to IIT for a speech. So hence he has apologized because he will not be able to make it today. And he has conveyed his regards. So ladies and gentlemen, now inviting our next panelist on stage, Dr. S. Vaidya Subramaniam, Vice Chancellor, Sastra University. Can you please put your hands together? Can we please have you on the dais, sir? And also our next panelist, Professor Dr. T. Arumugam, Vice Chancellor, Tiruvalluvar University. Please put your hands together to welcome him. Our next panelist for this session, Professor K. Vijaya Bhaskar Raju, Vice Chancellor, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Also inviting our next panelist, Dr. S. Ramachandran, Director, Academics, SRM Group. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our panelists onto the dais. I would also like to welcome onto the dais Prashasti Rastogi, Director, Coursera for Campus. A big round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request our moderator for this session, Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, to please join us on the dais. So we have our moderator here with us. Everybody, can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator and panelist?
Thank you. Please take your seats. Yeah. So I think we're just having a conversation outside with the AICT's chief, and we're talking about, creating education that has impact, that resonates with the market forces, And of course, in that conversation, globalization and internationalization of higher education has a role to play. It has a critical overlap, if I may call it. So we have a wonderful panel lined up. Let me straightway dive into my first question. I want to start with the only lady on the panel, because let's be fair to the gender. A lot is being said about that India has taken strides in, making its education more globalized, more relevant, in tune with what is happening out there in the market. As an outsider, how do you see the development that has taken place over the last, say, 2 to 3 years?
Am I audible? So during the pandemic, Coursera for Campus went live to all the institutions across the world. We, as a benefit corporation, we decided that education continuity is also our responsibility, and we will enable institutions worldwide to be able to continue education without any roadblocks. And we saw 1,100 campuses in India adopted Coursera for Campus as part of their learning programs, and that too giving for credit, and integrated those learnings from international universities or educators from different industries around the world into their curriculums. So this actually shows how globalized mindsets that universities already have, if provided the opportunity and a forum where this connection can happen. As a result of that, about 17 million students could gain some micro-credentials from the industry, also could gain multiple certifications in specialized subjects through that program. Even today, Coursera for Campus partners with several institutions across India, and students are able to, in the framework of the university, gain a lot of knowledge. And this is, I think, a clear indicator of we are looking outside our plate and we are looking outwards. We are trying to take whatever best is available in the world and inculcate it into incorporate it into our curriculums, and make sure whatever we deliver within our institutions is world-class excellence. And we've also seen a very high rate of adoption from the faculty, also looking towards industry collaborations through this system. So I think that globalization mindset already exists. Now, the next step is how to build attractiveness of students from The next step is how to build international student attractiveness. How do we ensure there are international enrollments coming to universities and campuses in India? And that can only happen on the back of making sure that the academic excellence we demonstrate, the perception of our education system outside of India is strong and sturdy. And I think with the steps being taken in that direction, we heard Dr. Sitaram, we heard Dr. Pankaj Mittal talk about several initiatives which are already underway to transform universities. At Coursera, we are making a small contribution in enabling universities to be able to do that. I think we are on the right path there. And these things are already in motion. The outcomes will come soon.
Can we have some more mics here? Of course, I think what you mentioned importantly is that we have the mindset, we have taken the steps, and of course, more will come as we move on. I want to go to Dr. Ramachandran at this moment. Just a direct question to you. How has globalization and internationalization impacted higher education overall, not just in India, in your view? How has it kind of built in a culture of overlap, mutual learning?
Internationalization in general is not a new phenomenon. This has been happening in our Indian industry for decades or centuries together. And we have been attracting students from various countries to study, and vice versa has also had been happening. But post-corona, because of the technological advancements, I feel that this has strengthened the whole scenario.
Okay, so you think it post-pandemic, there have been bigger shifts happening in the space, and it has strengthened and become better than before.
Yes.
That's what you would like to, right? Right. Professor Raju, of course, your initial thought on where do our institutions stand when it comes to globalization and the impact that we are trying to create. Of course, we have, but some of them, say that it's just a tick mark. It's not really having that ethos that has impact, that creates market-friendly, outcomes. Where do you see our attempt of globalizing our own curricula?
Very good morning. As in one of the eminent speakers, Professor Sitaram, AS teacher, was mentioning, he is going to bring out the some of the FDP programs at the IIT level to have the common teaching where in the emerging courses. And also, some of the entrance examinations, they are going to bring it as a common entrance exam throughout the nation. Under the national education policy, we say that it's like a nationalization. Likewise, if you take as a part, it's a nationalization. If you take part and part, I feel it's as internationalization. If you take as a whole, it's a globalization. Now, the institutions are very much interested for internationalization and also the globalization, both the institutions and the universities. That's why all the institutions, now they are tying up with the international universities, with the MOIs or something else, to have the faculty exchange programs, faculty exchange and also the student exchange. This will definitely, I think, bring some changes in our education policies. And when the national education policies, I think, has given more flexibility for the educational institutions. When our policy, when the international universities comes into our India, then we have to really see how the international universities is going to give the impact on our national universities.
Right. So, of course, I think it's an important point that you mentioned, we need to, of course, make more intensive efforts to make it more relatable, to take it to the next level. Let me bring in Professor Arumugam. I'm sorry, I mean, can we have some more mics here? You heard the panelists before you. Let me ask you, how are universities adapting to the changing landscape of global higher education? And what are some of the key challenges and opportunities that you can, share with us?
Yeah, good. And good afternoon to everyone. The question is how the universities are changing to the pace in which the global education is changing. I think those dignitaries sitting in hall, most probably you have visited all the leading university in the world. We have trained sufficiently in the foreign countries. Whether really we are transforming or transferring the things which we have learned in the foreign universities or the facilities which we had in we have seen in the university. This is really last 30 years I am seeing very rarely some of the universities are changing the facilities, culture and curriculum. So this is a biggest bottleneck, and one of the reason for that is the funding. As everybody knows that India is spending 0.6% of GDP only towards education, while the US is more than 5% of the GDP. So this is a situation, it's a real situation in which now we are talking about globalizing Indian education. Unless otherwise we change or fund our research projects or the infrastructure development in the university, and the changing the curriculum as fast as the world wants, chances are very bleak in increasing our global competency, number one. And number two, we have a different system. One is the central university, state university, private university and all. And every university, the level of competency is vary with the faculty, infrastructure and the mode of administration. This is really, it reduces the fast pace of globalization. And of course, now the universities are changing their curriculum development and the updating the syllabus, but the rate of change is not in pace with the world requirement. I think this needs to a great change in India to cope up with the international standards.
In addition to what Vice Chancellor has commented, the opportunity that we could see now is joint research publications. Research avenues have opened up to the world. There are a lot of research avenues in terms of publications which are coming up, in fact, with international universities.
Right, right. Let me go to Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam here. First of all, your initial comments on this topic that we are debating, globalization and internationalization of higher education. Where do we stand?
Okay, thank you very much. By way of an opening remark, I just want to touch an area that nobody has touched, about which your own chairman in his opening remarks was mentioning about the underfunding of institutions. From that perspective, the internationalization of universities, from the quantum of funding that is required to create an experience for the learner community, the teaching community in Indian institutions that are at par with what we see as international benchmarks is very critical. Now, for that, it is not just going to be an overnight change that's going to happen, that's going to immediately one day, one big advertisement of some university that says we are a world-class university. So it's not going to happen that way. If many of you know who Philip Alback is, I mean, he has also very categorically said that, every institution wants to become a world-class university, but nobody knows what it is and nobody knows what it takes to become a world-class university. So that concept itself, is very foggy and mystic to many of those who are already renowned institutions. So when we talk about financing, let's understand that it was in the 19th century when you wanted to establish a world-class university of an international standard, it required at least 100 years and $50 million at that point of time. And then later, when University of Chicago in the 20th century wanted to establish an internationally renowned world-class university, it reduced time. It said we'll do it in 50 years with $100 million. And then Cornell, when it actually established its first medical campus in Asia, it invested $750 million. And and this was in the early 2000s. And as recently as in the 2015 to 16, when the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology established its campus, which it truly called it as a world-class university, it took $3 billion. So that's the quantum of funding that is required to actually set up a world-class university of international standards. So you should understand the financial undercurrents that are very strong in establishing an institution of that standard. To give you in a proper perspective with recent data, to make my statement good, if you look at the closing financial returns of the top 3 universities in the world, and none of which is Asian, their revenue is close to $16 billion. The top 3 Asian universities, none of which is Indian, the revenue is $3 billion. The top 3 Indian institutions, their combined revenue is less than 2,000 crores. So that's what we are actually comparing institutions with a different breed of institutions where the quantum of funding is entirely huge. Leave the revenues part. The combined surplus that the top 3 universities in the world generate is less than the total amount that we invest in all of the centrally financed technical institutions put together. So that's on the funding part. So we have to ask the question ourselves, to become internationally renowned and build world-class universities, are there adequate creative financing mechanisms for both public and private institutions who can create an autogenous model that can build huge resources of finance? At the end of the day, it is that is more essential, while the rest like a Coursera or any of these experiences are available for a price. But do we have the funding to make this international experience possible? That is the larger question that many institutions have to ask themselves.
These are very surprising numbers, of course. Thanks for sharing these. It shows where we stand. Dr. Ramachandran, tell me what stops us from having a Harvard and Oxford on our side? I mean, what is stopping us? Is it the mindset? Of course, I don't think there are any issues when it comes to the money part. But what has our thinking become so stagnant that we don't even want to think about it?
Nothing is stopping us as such, but I would say the affordability. So
even you think our students won't even believe us if we start charging them for something and offer them a quality?
Indian mindset is parents invest in education, and Indian students, a majority of them take loans to do their studies. So I don't think investment in education is something which is to be taken into consideration.
All right. Ms. Rastogi, let me ask you, tech is our hope, tech is, of course, making us cross boundaries and take our richness to other parts of the world. How can universities leverage technology to facilitate international, exchanges and collaborations?
I was about to say, while the magnum of investment that Sir was quoting doesn't seem to be on the horizon quite soon, but there is in India a concept of leapfrogging by way of innovation at the ground level. And I think that's what makes India so unique. And that's how our education system can actually develop world-class excellence without a huge amount of capital investment or operating expenditure as well. So technology is the big enabler. We have seen it in the services company, IT services revolution that the country has seen. Now it has also started to happen on in product companies and data companies emerging out of India. A large part of startups are actually product and data companies leveraging the consumer demand in India. So I think that's where our learning back into the system comes from. And we are a platform that enables whatever the university wants to achieve. If you have a vision of modernizing your curriculum and you think the whole curriculum revision process and unavailability of faculty in emerging technologies which are at par with what industry is asking for, we have an answer to that solution. We would say that through our platform, can you do two things? Can you make sure that your curriculum is updated at any given point of time and leverage labs that Coursera offers without investing in the virtual lab infrastructure yourself? Just use the cloud virtualized labs that Coursera offers and deliver projects-based learning into your institution. Secondly, at the same time, devise the vision that you want to achieve with the faculty and leverage our power to train your faculty to be at international standards. When you do both the things simultaneously, using technology at a fraction of a cost and a much lesser time, you can actually get at least to a level where we can say that this is what we are achieving, and then rest of the things come later. So it's just things being put in motion. And I talked about the 4 points where we have seen the maximum impact. And I think that's the way I would recommend personally in the absence of the funding that Sir talked about.
Interestingly, I mean, when it comes to funding, and the startup world has made it a very mainstream word. And very strangely, startups have never celebrated big degrees. It's very strange, right? They always celebrated the dropouts. But I think that's also changing. Let me come to you, Professor Raju. So what is your take on what is stopping us from becoming the global? Of course, we have Google, we have the Microsofts, we have all the success stories, but they have strayed into excellence. There was not a planned excellence, But how can we have a planned education policy system, institutions that produce excellence and figures in the global list where we are nowhere, Sorry, that one. Can you bring in a different mic? Yeah.
Yeah, one of our panelists also was mentioning one is the affordability, the finance affordability. I think the funding part also, our panelist was telling we are at very low. So we should definitely have the collaborations with the international universities, thereby develop some of the research and get some of the research funding. And also we have so much of research funding agencies even in our nation also. I think although we are doing great research, but we have to match up with the international. Right. Then I think definitely the curriculum, some of the like Coursera, they are all helping us to get good courses, and our courses should equally compete with the courses which the international universities are having. I can say definitely we are matching them, but still I think there is a little gap where I think we should match up and then grow further, and funding programs and research. All these things will definitely help to match with the international universities.
All right. Professor Arumugam, your thoughts?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Yeah,
thinking big, thinking
Yeah.
global, and actually doing it, not just in
no,
paper.
India, we are producing the best graduates, no doubt. Because every year, more than 5 lakh graduates are going abroad, either for job or higher education. That means our education is good in one sense. Theoretically, our students are excellent. But when coming to the part of the international skilling, the skilling is lacking, even it is in the higher institution, even the national institutes or state level institute, the level of the technical knowledge or the skill manpower, it's lacking. This is because of the cutting edge laboratory. It's not in existence in all the institution and university in India. That's the biggest flaw in our side. So this has to be improved a lot. Though gone are the days, we have to invest heavily on the development of infrastructure and the institution. Then coming to the teachers and collaboration part, that needs to be, I mean, augmented in a very high way, because most of the periphery colleges, they are lack in motivation. Even the faculties or the management, they need to improve. Then only the students get motivated to go for a higher learnings in the university, national institutes, or the international institute. So these are the things has to be changed in a very drastic way to improve our higher education. And otherwise, our education and other degrees are on par or equal with the other countries, which is awarding degree, except in the practical part, the skilling.
Okay, so in paper we are there. Okay. You want to add a point here?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of universities that Sir mentioned. They actually had a small congress because they also felt that what the students need and at the pace at which the industry is changing, how to make sure that they're always relevant to the students who are coming to campus. And for them, it's even more pressing as an issue because the quantum of fee that the student has to pay to get onto those campuses is very, very substantial. And obviously, there's a global reputation to protect. And in that Congress, what they found is the only way they can survive is collaboration. It is not possible for each university to develop excellence in every field. So if there are 142 programs running at a university, which are those programs in which we are not fundamentally very strong, but there are other educators around the country who can help us deliver that excellence. And one of the things that came out of that Congress is how can we design ourselves for a 60-year curriculum? And what do they mean by a 60-year curriculum? We know that while we say industry is a great educator because we want to assimilate the information they are researching on into our curriculums. At the same time, we know that industry has a significant need of retraining their employees. So where is the collaboration possible in both dimensions? That we take information and we do collaboration with you, embed that into our current programs, but that at the same time, step up to train the workforce in your organization that needs retraining. And a very good example of that is the UC Berkeley program. UC Berkeley went on to establish a multi-campus program where the student has an opportunity to spend either some time in Korea or San Diego, and depending on the stream they want to specialize on. And they also assimilated programs for credit from some of those institutions into their program. On Coursera, we see this happen for the MSTS program that UC Boulder offers. UC Boulder's MSTS program takes credits from other courses that students complete on Coursera into the admission pathways. So there are mechanisms that everybody is trying to figure out. We just have to be a little opening our progressive curriculums to able to do that.
Absolutely. I think that flexibility, that openness, that, you can learn, while you're away at different campuses. Yes. So I want to quickly go to Dr. Vaidya Subramanian and then come to you. Earlier you raised very valid points with backed by numbers. And let me also ask you, do we have success stories too that we can recall? Also, how do you explain our people shining globally coming out of our education systems? How does that work, and how does it work backwards also, in influencing them further?
See, we have enough success stories of Indians excelling, but the unfortunate part is that excellence has sprouted in a foreign soil, and we immediately take excessive celebration brownie points on that and feel that we have achieved, the entire Indian higher education has achieved what it is supposed to do. Of course, those are all benchmarks that we need to actually put in place as inspirational models, and then go back to our drawing boards and ask ourselves the fundamental question, what it takes to replicate those success stories in Indian soil. As the chairman was mentioning, chairman of AICTE was mentioning this morning, now the rules of the game has been fixed. What institutions need to do has been fixed. The only thing that needs to be addressed immediately, and one of the main reasons why Indians go abroad, and I've written exhaustively on this, there is something called my friend Professor Vaidyanathan from IIM Bangalore. He used to say, we always, have this POTA data pulled out of thin air. We just simply shoot some data points and feel that is right actually. But we'll have to actually internalize those data points and ask the fundamental question, what needs to be done immediately so that we can also meet those benchmarks. So when this foreign university campuses in India, that regulation was passed, a lot of people started saying that, next 10 years, the amount of dollars that will go outside India will diminish and all of that. Well, to a certain extent, it is correct, but that's not the fact, because a survey that was done says the majority interest of Indians to go abroad is to get a new experience of education in a foreign soil, which is lacking here. So what we need to do to replicate that type of an experience in Indian soil is the question that we need to ask, for which, the rules of the game are already there. So to cut the long story short, the regulators have fixed the rules of the game. Now it is left to the institutions, leaders of institutions, to actually leverage on some of the rules and start building certain models within their own campuses. There again, the challenge is whether all institutions can afford to do that type of an exercise, whether they enjoy that type of an autonomy is a larger question which needs to be addressed. So I always say we need a kind of an ICC type system where the International Cricket Council says this is the rule of the game. Then the countries, their captains decide who the playing 11 is. They will decide who's going to open the bowling attack. They will decide who's going to, what's the field setup, everything. Likewise, the Indian higher education leadership must rise to an occasion where they have to exercise certain levels of reasonable autonomy to decide what is good for their institution to bring about such an international experience, and to which we also need certain levels of autonomy, which in my view, we've just started, but still a long, long, long way to go.
Wonderful. I think autonomy, but reasonable autonomy is the key word here. A lot of thought leaders here, and I would like to have a question from the audience as well. Anyone who has a question? Any question? Because this is something very relevant to what you guys are doing. Okay, yes, there's one. Yeah. And you can also specify who do you want to ask, any specific person, otherwise anyone can answer.
This is Professor Srimati from SRM.
Sorry, yeah.
I would like to tell one thing. I have read one article how China made the, as Sir Professor Vaidyanathan, Vice Chancellor of Sastra, told, we are not in the top ranks of the international. But China has made one point when they wanted to become the ranking, as many of them told, we cannot afford the affordability of single institution to have all the knowledge and everything. The China government made cluster of institution and represented that for global ranking. Administration wise, they are different.
Okay.
So in the NEP, when gone
Okay.
AICT and everyone there, they can implement.
What's the question?
Sir, this is one, how, since we are going to, we cannot say we have so many reasons and we cannot achieve the top ranking.
Correct.
So there will be a thought process in our education system to represent a clustered institutions to have a global ranking.
Well, if that's one of the suggestions you're giving, the best candidate would be the IITs themselves forming themselves as a cluster, or the NITs themselves forming as a cluster. Like, but the TUs in Europe, they don't form a cluster, but they're still in the top 500. So you also have to look at them, how they are independently still in top 500. So you will have examples on both sides. But my advisory on the ranking, I have always also felt that, this entire ranking exercise is a pranking exercise where the P is silent, right? So you cannot simply chase rankings. The management wants rankings, the faculty wants publications, the student wants jobs. Then finally, what does the institution need to do is a larger question that comes out. So rather, I would say, why don't we globalize our Indian ranking? Why can't NIRF be globalized? If you're talking about internationalization, why can't NIRF be globalized so that many institutions wants to figure in NIRF? That could be a first question to ask.
Of course, I think metrics are decided somewhere else, and we are trying to, fall into those systems which may not be relevant in our context. A final question. We have 6 minutes. Dr. Ramachandran, people part is critical in everything, whether it is a brand, a business, institution. People are very important. I think the people that are there represent, make it aspirational. How are you working on the people part, the talent, the students, the teachers, to make the offering more aspirational?
The testimony is alumni. With decades of legacy, SRM, today we have a very strong alumni network all over the world, and we connect with them. They are with various corporates, leaders, academicians, politicians, bureaucrats. So SRM gives importance in connecting with people and providing them lifelong experience, educational experience. So,
Okay. Professor Raju, your quick comment on the people part of it. See, for example, we had sir is here. Why don't we have a system where teachers are the highest paid? What would happen in that situation? If teachers are the highest paid, why don't IIT guys go and opt for teaching? These are layman questions out in the street, but valid questions also. Why don't we do that? How can we make people part more aspirational so that we figure out it has a direct impact?
If you talk about the pay, there is the UGC, and they are mentioning the UGC pay scales, but I don't know how far the institutions or universities are paying on par with the UGC scales. If you take that, some of the institutions, they are really paying well. They are attracting more quality faculty, and they are getting, as he was mentioning, go more rankings. You say the NIRF rank or NAC accreditation or NB, all these things. With the quality faculty and the quality teaching, they are able to attract the students also. That's
Right.
how they are getting more funds and they are,
Right.
shining in the
Right.
society.
Professor Arumugam, two practical steps in your suggestions that can help, institutions become more aspirational, really global, so to say.
Yeah, the practical steps. Number one, we need to upgrade our syllabus to the international standard, and we have to try to impart skill during the undergraduate and postgraduate level and improve the research skill in the scholar level. So that only give them an impetus to the students to aspire for higher degree. And the institution has to play a greater role. Besides, the teachers are the biggest motivators for every aspect of teaching, learning, and research. And as many panelists said, teachers should be heavily compensated with pay, perks, and rewards, awards, because they are the main pillars of education. They needs to be properly given what you call the chance or given compensated so that the education definitely goes to the next level.
Right. Ms. Rastogi, what has been your learning from offering this supplement, of course, the institutions with those addressing the gaps that they have. What has been what are the challenges there, if I may ask you?
I think in terms of policy changes, I would congratulate what the regulators have achieved in the past 24 months at least. We can say it was a post-pandemic push, or maybe things are coming to light as we are becoming more skill-oriented economy. But there is a lot of flexibility that has come towards the educations. Now the educations have to open up their culture to adopt, right? Raka said culture eats strategy for breakfast. We can keep making strategy. If we are not driving a cultural change, then it becomes difficult to adopt any innovation that knocks our doors. So I would say the primary challenge, not for us, but for an institution, is to make five key policy decisions. And I would quote them quickly. One is, am I open to progressive curriculums? Or do I want to assess my students based on a 3-hour exam, which they'll find ways to cheat on? So one, am I open to progressive curriculums? Second, not every industry can come to campus, nor can every student go to the industry. Are there mechanisms available where industry interface becomes the DNA of my everyday teaching? Third, am I providing faculty development pathways which enable my faculty to broaden their horizon beyond the textbooks that are prescribed in the curriculum? Fourth, is the academic load equally dispersed so that the faculty spends a lot of time in research? And fifth, am I open to innovation? If there are possibilities there to engage, am I open to innovation, or I want my things in a certain fixated manner? So this fluidity that can come about, we can help, the government can help, technical regulators can help. There are lots of tools that can help, but I think key 5 thoughts I would like to contribute.
Wonderful. Final comment, Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam. The people part, I want to touch upon that. What is your observation of the kind of people, we have, which are aspiring to become globally recognized institutions? What can become better? How far are we? Is our India story different? Do we really need to follow on the ranking and what you rightly describe as a pranking system? Do we really need to go head over heels for that? I mean, what is the practical way that we should adopt and celebrate the system that we have?
On the people side, we have to have a larger sense of realization that we represent almost 1/6 of global humanity. So when you have regulations for foreign universities in India, and also another forthcoming regulation, Indian institutions in foreign soil, the third logical follow-up, which I am expecting, is regulations for Indian institutions in India. Now, when that comes, that gives us more flexibility. We have to now start addressing issues that are local, that are regional, that are national. And if the Committee of Institutions in India put together can aggregately address local, regional, and national issues and solving problems of our country, then you're solving problems of 1/6 of humanity. And you end up doing that, the natural derivative, I am very sure, is you're solving a majority of the problems of the entire world. And that, in my view, is the largest contribution that higher education institutions can practically give to the world by way of giving solutions to problems that are global at scale. But then you don't have to go out to work on problems there. If you solve problems in India, then you're delivering global solutions.
Wonderful, wonderful. Can we have a round of applause for the panelists? Thank you so much for joining us here. Over to you, yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an informative and captivating session this has been. Can we have a big round of applause for our moderator and panelists? Thank you so much. May I please request you all to please join in for a group picture? Can we have a group picture with our panelist and moderator? Everybody, can we please put our hands together for such an information session by our panelist and moderator? And now may I please request our moderator, Mr. Rohel Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, to please hand over a token of gratitude to our panelist. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists? Come on, everybody. Well, thank you so much for such a wonderful session. Once again, a big round of applause to all of them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our supporting partner for today, All India Council for Technical Education, our presenting partner, Bharat Institute of Higher Education Research, Chennai. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will move on to our next panel discussion, which is on fostering the right environment for learning. And our moderator for this session, may I please welcome on stage Dr. Malini Pandey, Additional Registrar, Planning and Development Director, Quality Assurance, Director, Academic Staff College, and Director, Center for Online Programs, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute of Chennai. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Malini Pandey? Thank you for joining us here, ma'am. And now I would like to welcome on the dais our panelist for this session, Dr. V. Bharti Harishankar, Vice Chancellor, Avinashalingam Women's University, Coimbatore. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Joining them, our next panelist, we have Dr. Sivaji Chadram, Vice Chancellor, Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome him. It's a delight to have you here, sir, with us. And our next panelist, P. Sriram, Chairman, Chennai Institute of Technology. Please put your hands together to welcome him. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all of you. And it's a privilege to be here, I think, in this forum with such distinguished people on the dais. Our topic, I think it's already been told, I'll just repeat it. Topic for today's panel discussion, fostering the right environment for learning. So I think we keep, it's become so cliched, to say that there is such a paradigm shift in the way education is today. There is such a transformation in the way we call them the Gen Z, in the way Gen Z learns and understands things. There has to be so much of change in the teaching learning pedagogy. The generation of today, I think the students of today are looking more for an immersive, a more experiential, a more collaborative and participatory learning. Unlike, as I was telling somebody outside, earlier times, a teacher was a sage on the stage. Now he or she is more a guide on the side of the student. There is a change in the technology part of teaching and learning. There is the digital classroom, the online learning, and the way students are able to get knowledge at the click of a mouse. So the role of the teacher has become more of a facilitator, more of a mentor than just providing knowledge. There is a change in the industry scenario. There are new age skills, that have the student who's studying in classroom today may walk out to the corporate world where there are totally different skills from what he has been taught inside the classroom. So the teacher needs to be on his or her toes. The student needs to be continuously on a learning curve. The skills need to be inducted into the classroom sessions. There has to be a very close collaborative partnership with the industry. So there are so many things. I think the topic is so vast that we can go on and on, but we have a very esteemed panel of guests here. So without taking much time, I will just start the session with a warm welcome to the three of you. And let us hope that at the end, we keep talking about what we need to do. I think so many of us know what we need to do. I would like all of us to focus on the how we need to do what we need to do. So we do know where we lack, but how do we change that? High time we change that. So I would request that the focus is more on walking out with some crucial points which we can all inculcate in our lives. So that's what I'll start with. I think, ma'am, again, ladies first. So let me start with a more a general question, a broader framework of the topic. How can Indian universities create a learning environment that fosters creativity and innovation in students? Could you share some ideas and inputs, ma'am?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts here. Even before I answer your question, I think we need to ask ourselves a more preliminary question. Because when we say, let us make the campuses very encouraging for our students, enabling for our students, we need to ask ourselves the question, what are the exclusion clauses we are putting for our students? Because in order to achieve an inclusive kind of a paradigm where there is more creativity possible, we need to understand what are the factors that are excluding some students to have those access points and not the others. So when we look at the Indian education system at large, we find a very uneven playing ground. Not everyone has the access to all the things that even in the previous panel we have been discussing. So how do we make the access available to all our students would be the first question in response. The second aspect is, we keep talking about digital inclusivity, but again, do all of us have the same digital access? So as an institution, do all institutions have the kind of access that an IIT would have or an NIT would have? So where are we? Vis-a-vis as an institution, are we on level playing ground? The third aspect for this enabling thing to happen is, are we going to still talk about innovation as a separate standalone criteria, or are we going to look at innovation as part of our curriculum, as part of our syllabus, as part of our teaching learning, and as part of our placement activities? So I believe certainly that we cannot have it as one more to add to the checkbox of the things to do in our institution, rather than looking at them as part of all our educational activities. So if innovation is part of all our activities, then automatically we are looking at a campus that is innovation friendly. I'll come to more on this. Thank you.
I think beautiful points raised by ma'am here, factors that are excluding creativity, digital access. Are we inclusive in terms of providing digital access to all the students? And the third point, absolutely beautiful, that innovation should not be something that is standalone. Is it a part of our curriculum and our day-to-day education system? Thanks a lot, ma'am, for your words. I would like to address the second panelist here, Dr. Shivaji Chandra. And let us talk about, you know, there are, when I meet university vice chancellors or senior administrators, we discuss so many challenges that we face continuously in improving the quality of the education system in India. So I would like you to reflect a little on what are some of the challenges faced by educators in Indian universities in creating a positive learning environment, and how do we address those challenges? It's a very big question. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Malini, for this very important question. So at the very outset, I would like to thank the BW for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share some of the experiences. And coming back to this question, I think we need to do a lot in the field of education, particularly the learning methodologies and learning practices that have been there in India and abroad also for centuries together. But every time we talk about these things, and then more often than not, those discussions will be limited to these kind of activities and fora, but will not be taken to forward to the real players in the field of education. Whether it is a student or faculty or education leaders and so on and so forth. So what we need to do is provide a right kind of environment for the faculty at the first, and then identify the talents among the student community. So depending upon the talents, then we can actually segregate the classrooms and practices. For example, in my previous avatar as a advisor to Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, we have been actually talking a lot about industry academic collaborations, and now in a different role as a Vice Chancellor of Savitri University. So what we are actually practicing, there is something called CLAB, classroom and lab together. So previous speakers have actually dealt with this subject a lot. What we actually do is, we have a classroom fitted with all the kinds of all these latest tools for education. And then the faculty teaches the theoretical aspects as well as practical also. So one side, all the students will be there, and around the class, we have all the practical aspects of what he is teaching. So the student is directly exposed to the practical aspects in addition to the theoretical aspects that have been actually taught. So bookish knowledge is important, but practical is also more important for the enhancing the capabilities of the student at the first place. And there are several aspects related to rankings and all. I think then I will be reserving these comments at a later stage. Thank you.
Yeah, the important stakeholder in teaching learning students. We must
take care of their expectations. They must love to come to college. They wanted to make fun, let them make fun. And the learning should be fun. By learning, they should make fun. That is very important. In the school, in Indian education system, we have been trained them for studying and preparing for examination and getting results. Most of higher education institutions also, we are continuing the same. At the end of the day, they are getting good grades. Even they get jobs, they can have career also. It may not be sustainable or rewarding or challenging. To build such career, most of the students coming to engineering colleges or higher education institutions only to build a career. I don't have any thoughts about that. In the morning also discussed. So we need to good career, but same time, the 4 years or 3 years or whatever the time they are spending, they are youths. They want to enjoy. We should not take away that time. So that we should create such environment inside our campuses. That is very, very important. That in terms of infrastructure, teaching, learning resources, labs, classrooms, curriculum, syllabus, whatever we design, it should be a part of our teaching. It should not be a separate one. Like Madam said, for innovation separate, for entrepreneurship separate activities, it should be like that. It should be a part and parcel of everything. So if they are stepping into your campus, the learning starts. So we should give credit. They should earn credit for that also. Because if they spend time, we should give credit. The learning should be like that. And also, most of the cases we are preparing them for jobs. Industry has to come forward. In India, deep technologies are not being developed. The technologies developed in some other countries, we are using here. That's all. If the and even for skilling, now only companies are started collaborating with institutions for building resources, because they don't have resources, trained resources, and they don't want to spend time and pay better, very high compensation for the trained resources to build it. That's why they are coming forward and associating with industries. In that process, say for example, the other panelists, the previous panel, they were having discussions about investment, lot of investment required to build world-class. Why should we build a world-class university? We need to build our own, to solve our own problems. We need to develop our own curriculum and the universities, that's all. For that, industry, we have so many industries and we have so many problems, 1.4 billion people. So those problems we should take up. For that, solving those problems in our own way, we need to develop universities, investment. Let us not forget about this many investment is required. Let us take up the problems existing in our country. For that, we need to build campuses and we need to encourage our students to solve those problems. They are here, they are inside the campus and they are learning. For that, they will be awarded with the degree rather than simply learning inside the classrooms and the labs and writing exams. Not only that, there should also, you need to have fundamentals, basic, you should be thorough. Then only you can apply and develop solutions for the problems. Okay, this is what my thought process.
Thank you very much. And I think we had Dr. Shivaji talking about the concept of lab and practical skills. Classroom and lab both are equally important. And Dr. Sriram told something very beautiful. I think I totally agree with you that why do we keep focusing on what the other countries are doing? We do need to learn from others, but we also need to see what local problems we have and how do we solve those problems in our own way. So I think that's something very interesting and very good. And you also touched on the most important stakeholders, that are students, how to create a campus-friendly environment, infrastructure, resources, teaching learning process. So coming to that, talking about the teaching learning process, I would like to get a little more insight on this, because so many people keep asking that we keep talking about a student-centric learning environment. We need to be more specific. Like I was telling in the beginning, we do know what are the problems in the system. How do we tackle those problems? How do we give practical tips so that we can take those tips from here and probably transfer it to others and use it in the classroom and in the campuses? So my question here would be, let us talk about like critical thinking skills, creativity among the students. We keep saying that our students lack that. So how can Indian universities help students develop the critical thinking and problem solving skills that they need to succeed in this dynamic, global environment? I would like, probably ma'am can start and throw some light on this.
Happy you raised it. The reason is, yes, we keep talking about the changes that are happening in the process of teaching and learning. That all of us are aware of. But to what extent have the other aspects of teaching and learning kept up with it? Okay. So for instance, the earlier question, you talked about how can innovation happen? So supposing a student, as part of an assignment, has come up with an idea for a patent. We can even go one step earlier, idea for a copyright. What is the value we are going to give that copyright or that patent in our evaluation process? If we don't, we cannot encourage. So in other words, we cannot have a system of evaluation that is outdated and not keeping up with what the current trends are. That is one aspect. The second aspect is, as teachers, we may be new to this highly immersive AI, ML, VI environments. But we need to understand, irrespective of the geographical location, our students are closer to the status of being digital natives. Because you introduce a technology to them, they probably pick up the technology faster than many from our generation can. So in other words, where are we factoring that in? We're talking about collaborations, but collaborative teaching and learning should also involve a collaboration with the learner. So to what extent do we have the learner telling us what they want to learn? So we cannot suddenly make them active learners or learners taking responsibility for their learning, but instead, are we providing the avenues for them to become active learners? So that has to be built in to the process of teaching and learning before we ask for creativity on the part of the learners. Creativity on the part of the learners, we need to understand already exists. It is just that what aspect of our teaching learning transaction enables that to be openly articulated on the part of our learners. If we can create that aspect of the system, then automatically we are factoring into the teaching learning interaction the creativity, the expression of the creativity, and the rewarding of that creativity. Nothing that is rewarded can sustain in an educational system. So that is where we are looking at how the little brownie points that we keep for students doing extraordinary work is not in terms of the final summative assessment that we do, but it is in the process. So are we telling our students, enjoy the process, think of offbeat ideas, let creativity be rewarded, then automatically we will have more creative solutions than we are looking for. Again, I will let the other panelists voice their views and then come back if need be. Thank you.
So thank you, madam, again. I think this is very important. So in order to inculcate the problem solving aspects in the minds of the students, so we need to give them a challenge. So as my co-panelist said in the beginning, he said that we have to just give them a challenge, a local issue. Let us say we are all facing so many societal relevant issues. Just put all the students in one issue and try to observe how they are going to solve it. So the problem is very local, but we need to gain the international importance for that thing, global recognition for that problem solving aspects. So there are several of those things not pertaining exactly to the education, but it may lead to the research kind of innovation actually starts with the challenge. So if you give the challenge, suddenly to your first year BTech student, look, you have to solve this aspect, or you have to tell us how you are going to solve it, whether the way you are solving, whether really this will give a beneficial aspects of the society. So what the society is getting benefit out of this particular challenge. So they're all learning in the classroom, but more often than not, they are really missing the how to tackle when there is a severe challenge. So all of us have actually learned these kind of challenges during the pandemic, not only the medical practitioners, across the society, everybody has actually contributed and learned how to face a big challenge like a pandemic. So therefore, the student needs to be exposed to the real life situations and guide them how effectively he or she can come up with a solution to that problem, which will attain the further importance to his career growth, as well as the important thing we need to tell them while giving the challenge, how this challenge is pertaining to the society. How you can be made independent thinker or independent researcher. As you know, the Honorable Prime Minister of India launched Atmanirbhar Bharat. So each and every citizen has to become self-reliant, how he can contribute to the development, overall development of the country by his expertise, by his knowledge to the society. Thank you.
Yeah. So creativity is very important. We must look at developing their cognitive skills. For that, my approach in our institute, they have to solve problems rather than studying for examination and getting grading degrees and for jobs. So problems we can give as an institution, faculty, institute, and we can get problems from the industry, or we must create awareness among the students that they are learning to solve problems in the society day-to-day in life, whatever they are seeing. So from society also, they can come out with their own problem statements. That's a very important. Once the problem, if they understand the problems and they make the statements, problem statements, yes, this is the problem. I wanted to develop solution for this problem, or something I wanted to create new so that this world can be better. So we need to train them. We need to tell them that this is very important. We have to create awareness. Then after that, they can jointly form a team of students studying in the same classroom, same batch, or seniors, or different departments of engineering, or arts and science, or economics, anything. They have to, nowadays all problems are different, multidisciplinary approach is very much important. So then they have to start learning whatever required. That can be part of their curriculum. Our curriculum should be like that. Then, for example, for developing a solution for farming community, they need to understand farmers' problems and technology involved, maybe IoT, sensor, some AI-based softwares, or some drones. They need to form a team. Then they can develop, they can learn different technologies that we should give credit to them. For example, recently we did a big project around 25 of my students spent in one large IT organization having 300,000 people. They are having their innovation center. 7 problem statement they gave. These 25 students, along with a few faculties, spent 120 days and developed solutions for those problems, unbelievable kind of solutions. The company, they showcased those solutions to their clients. Now they got business also. So those solutions are very creative. That's first time they created such solution. The industry never expected those kind of solutions from the students. But how are we going to award them? That only we are giving OD to the student, that's all. So all these 120 days, whatever they spend, that should be, we should give credit. They should earn credit by spending. We are giving that, say already I gave OD, that's it, that's a big issue. No, do you learn something? No, we should not tell like that. We need to encourage them. It should be part of their curriculum. They need not to spend another 15 hours for earning further credit, maybe 160 credit, it should be awarded. So why should we demotivate them? They are spending more time. Similarly, on cultural event, they for that also creativeness is required. So being organized, they spent 30 hours. You need to give 2 credit to them instead of not only learning inside your classroom. We strongly believe they learn a lot outside their classroom, even outside their campuses. That's very important. Okay, that's very important. Now, even AICT also telling that 40% online can be learned any program. Okay, so these are for improving the developing creativeness. We need to create awareness to understand the problem and define the problem and developing solution. For that, they need to learn. In this process, your teaching, learning, teacher and the campus, all these things should be a facilitator or mentor wherever they're stuck. We need to help them out and we need to monitor them because they are learners. That's all required from my side.
Thanks. I think we got some very practical points here from the panelists. All of them were talking on one theme that creativity cannot, it's not like you can inject it in a 1 week, 10 days classroom exercise by calling some outside trainers. It has to be a part and parcel of the curriculum. It has to be a part of how you are teaching. So once you have imbibed it into the curriculum, put a reward system in motion. There are credits given for what they are doing. There are credits given for the time they spend in solving problems. They are encouraged to think out of the box. And they are given a message that there is nothing wrong in questioning your teachers, in asking, when they ask questions like why, they should also be allowed to ask questions like why not? Why not? Agree to disagree. All these things are so important. Most of the times we just keep telling them, just listen to the teacher, just listen to what I'm saying and just conform. So conformity is not something that will encourage creativity. So I think, again, the same thing, that it has to be into the curriculum. There have to be credits given for that, and it has to be a part of the daily classroom session. Now, this leads me to a very important part, which when I talk with educators all across, they keep saying it's very nice and fancy to sit inside conference halls and talk about we should do this for the students and we should do that. What about faculty training? What about faculty being so stressed with finishing the syllabus and the curriculum that they have to finish 5 units? They have got these many hours. And if you don't finish the curriculum, you are again penalized. The student writes in the feedback, faculty finished only 4 units, 4.5 units. You are sitting there as an administrator telling us to do this, that in the class. How do we practically do that? Number one, within the time that is given to us. Number two, are the faculty trained for teaching this so-called Gen Z? The youngsters of today, are they actually trained? What are we doing for faculty training? How do we do all that? So there are two parts to the question: faculty training and the time constraint that they face, and how do they face, and how do they actually implement all these ideas within the curriculum and within the class hours given to them. So over to you, ma'am. You can make a start, and then the gentleman there.
A brilliant question. And if you recall, Professor Pankaj Mittal started the whole, her keynote with that need for capacity building and continuous capacity building. And she was talking about AIU's initiative of the Academic and Administrative Development Center. Many of you may have even had this question in your mind: how is this AADC so different from UGC's HRDC? UGC's HRDC and AADC differs on a very crucial point. AADC's courses are not meant for a faculty promotion. See, we know what happened with the HRDCs when we linked it up to a faculty promotion. It became like an semester exam for the faculty. I finish the course, I get my promotion. But instead here, what we are saying is these are short-term capacity building, and we want the faculty to realize where and what are the skills that they want to learn. So in other words, we put the onus of responsibility on the faculty to decide on where upskilling is required, and it differs from faculty to faculty. So that would be to answer the first part of your question. The second part of the question, where we ask about how do we engage this new generation of learners. First thing first, let us not assume that we are dispensing knowledge. If we look at ourselves as transmitters of information, our students know much better than all of us put together. And they have more access to that information as well. But what they still do not know is how to get these disparate sets of information, make a choice on which is the most authentic or most reliable information. And third is how to process it into knowledge. And that is where, in spite of having extensive online modes of education thrust on us by the pandemic, we still realize that the knowledge processing, knowledge creation has not happened. So when we talked about the loss of learning during pandemic, it happened precisely because our students had information. Our students did not have knowledge. So how do we bridge that gap? Faculty in the classroom and the kind of peer interaction in the classroom is what creates that knowledge. The online cannot just give us all that knowledge. So the transformation and processing of information to knowledge is where we still contribute, where a physical classroom still contributes, and whatever the online is doing is only to mimic what really happens in a classroom. So that is where the relevance of teaching, the relevance of a physical classroom still matters. Thank you.
So I have a different opinion for the practical aspects of faculty development programs that we have been talking about for a large number of years actually. See, faculty development is not just merely hearing the lectures by IIT professors, but there is a class of institutions, in India. We have deemed universities, deemed to be universities, central universities. Professor Krishnan, with your permission, I am talking. So we have varied components and varied number of institutions in the country. So what we need to do is not merely the training programs for the faculties or students. We need to again come back to the exposure of the faculty to the real practical problem. I will tell a classic example of what Savita is doing in this aspect is, so we have actually adopted 15 villages in and around Chennai as well as in the entire Tamil Nadu state. So what we do, we send the students led by 2-3 faculty members and go to that particular village, and it's a comprehensive kind of package. So not related to the education, not related to research. They just go there and inquire about what the problems they're facing, whether it is a water treatment or whether it is a hygiene or it is a woman-centric gynecology problems, because we have medical college also. So they go there and bring in the students and faculty together, work for identifying the problem based on the data or consultative process they're doing in that village. And then they work there for 15-20 days and then come back and start working on that. And then all these discussions and all these preliminary investigations and research will be culminated during a process called STAR Summit. Savita Transdisciplinary Research Summit. It's an annual event where all these students, they'll make a presentation, they'll prepare a beautiful posters on their research findings in that. And then we invite eminent people like you to those as an examiners of these poster presentations. So therefore, what happens? We start from the scratch, right from identification of the problem and problem solving capability of the student as well as faculty together are working in that. So each faculty is attached some 10 to 15 students, and then they work together, and it doesn't stop there. And then the student and faculty together will publish those papers in the international corpus publications. I think my previous speakers in the last panel referred the what stops us to over cross or surpass the Harvard. Somebody mentioned about Harvard University. I'm very happy to announce that Savita University Dental College has surpassed the Harvard Dental College in the number of publications, global number of publications. Savita University, as per the Scopus 2023, we are number one for dentistry in the global number of publications.
Yeah. So the lot of work the teaching community is doing again in the repetitive, non-value-added activities, and it can be reduced. For example, one class, one subject handling, next same subject handle, same faculty for other classes also. It can be combined. When we are allowing them to learn through digitally, why don't we have the workload can be reduced 25%, 50% easily can reduce. And evaluation also, you need not to manually, you can do some automated tools, we can online assessment tools with that is possible. And next thing is when you teach, you should also learn, especially for development program, 1 week program, 2 week program, or taking up some online courses. That really helps. I'm not denying that, but along with they should learn when they are teaching or when they are doing projects. Okay, along with students, they need to do project, and they also update themselves. They should learn in that process. At par with student, they can also learn. Sometimes it will be more useful for the students as well as for the faculty because they are retaining the knowledge. Another most important thing is in for developing faculty, how to teach changing environment. For each and every year, technology is keep on updating, and also the learning environment we should change. Instead of only learning the courses, new courses, that is also very important. But more than that, our teaching methodology, every year, every semester, we have to change. That is more important because each and every year we are getting some different sets of students. Their expectations are different. Maybe post-pandemic, it is change, keep on changing. That's very, very important. So teachers also, professors, they also should be a problem solver. Okay, they must understand the problems. They should solve those problems along with students. That is very important, in my opinion.
Thanks a lot. I think we got some very valuable points here. The panelists talked about the onus on the faculty for upskilling. They need to take responsibility for their own, development. Ma'am talked about how they need to learn to assimilate, analyze, and synthesize and innovate. Change in teaching pedagogy that is required every year. We need to revisit our teaching methods and try to bring a change if required. Faculty exposure to real life problems, removing the repetitive nature of the work, problem-based learning even for the faculty members. So these were some important points. I had some 1 or 2 questions, but I would first like, because of lack of time, I would like the audience to now interact. And from the audience, any questions, please? Yes. Can somebody give the mic?
Wonderful. There is a good discussion went on that.
Thanks.
Recently, there is a article coming up from AIU newsletter. They are saying that the number of publication for the last 10 years in India is very high when compared to Stanford or Harvard universities. But how you are going to convert into the product to the society is only 25% in India, but 95% in Stanford. And also, if you are seeing that, we never consider the patent, as Madam rightly told that, for any promotions, right? Then what is your justification, where we are, right? One side, when we want to give the promotions, we are giving or looking for the publications. We never consider the pattern for taking that any promotions in anywhere. Madam rightly told that. But what we can do that, we are talking about ABC, we are talking about multidisciplinary, everything we are talking, where we are lacking, how we are going to convert this one as a product. Because widely we are talking higher education is very important to give the product to the society. Here really we are doing it. What recognition we are giving, as my Savida University told that rightly, what we are going to recognize that the students coming out some solution for the society. No. So that type of things we have to take care of. Otherwise, I think higher education is a higher education. To get the degree, get the job, living very happy. That's the thing I want to tell.
Thanks a lot for your input, sir. Yes, please. Yes.
Don't mind. Don't be so critical about the system because it is an evolving system. Okay. We are already discussing this issue both at AICT as well as UGC. I think patents as well as startups would be considered, but it's a process. In the process, we have to make some rules. It's happening because you're advancing. I mean, the technology and also the patenting is all happening in the last 5 to 6 years only. Okay. If you look at the numbers, it's only last 5 to 6 years. So now I think agencies have woken up. We had a discussion, first round of discussion, I'm sure you, has happened, where I was also in the committee. So we have advised UGC to consider patenting at the entry level for assistant professors as equivalent to a patent.
That's very nice to hear that. Very nice to hear.
But it has to come out as a policy. I think what is looking at is a policy. So policy will take some time because it has to go to UGC back. So we have recommended some suggestions on that. AICT already mentions without numbers in our promotion, recruitment policy of assistant professor. That's a very difficult to quantify. Please understand. Please understand. That's very difficult to quantify. You need a big committees to quantify, and each committee will have their own way of assessing how is impacted the society. That is
No, sir. Please, sir, I argue with that. NAC is given today. Patent is not going to give the mark. Patent, how many went to the society? Kindly look into that, the criteria what they are giving.
Listen, NAC also, if you did not know, there are a lot of changes happening.
Sir, today is a new one. Today they publish a new one.
Correct.
Where I am talking
please
about
understand, NAC also they are discussing. NAC and NBA.
So I think, yes. So I think, yes. A lot of positive changes are happening in the policy. Yes.
No, what I'm trying to say is exactly same. Positive changes are coming on the way.
Yes.
We have to wait we have to have some patience.
Yes. We need to still do a lot more. Correct.
Today I submitted the SSR from my university, where there is a problem is there. Number of patent, it's not going to give the mark. Number of
socially relevant. Socially relevant.
How much you earn the money.
Commercial or social relevance. Yes. And anybody else? Anybody else has a question? We have just 1 minute. Anybody else from the audience? Yes, there, gentleman at the back, please give the mic. Just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's a nice interaction. It's nice to have this type of debate. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Ramanan from Deen Dayal Institute of Rural Development in Kanchipuram.
Yes.
It's it's promoted by BHU. So our chairman, AICT chairman, was mentioning during his speech that special emphasis has been made for rural engineering colleges, and the MOU has been signed with 500 companies for their placement. It's a very welcome sign because it's a very need of the hour and fulfilling the. So we should congratulate our chairman for achieving this wonderful feat. Second thing is the rural institute, our faculty development. We are involving that NIRD at Hyderabad and also the IRMA at Ahmedabad, this Anand. So these two institutions are helping in faculty development. Actually, one program is going on today also there in our institute. But since I wanted to attend the program headed by our respected AICT chairman, I came here. So a lot of emphasis is being given in this, as our Vice Chancellor of Savita was telling, by the Prime Minister for rural development, particularly, which has been very much neglected in the past. We always focus on the private colleges and engineering colleges and my business schools in urban areas. So there is a lot of improvement going on. And thank you
Thanks.
for doing
Thank
that.
you, sir. Thanks for your input. Anybody else? Last? Now we are running out of time. One, yes. Here, I think a student, right? The most important stakeholder.
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
most important stakeholder. Nice to hear you speak. Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank the whoever are BW for including the student community to be a part of this. Ma'am, I will. It's not a question. Ma'am, when we go for an higher education, we talked about updating the curriculum, more courses, online courses, offline courses, everything. But when it comes to a student come from a family, we are taking a loan and it goes to a, most of the persons not look at the syllabus. We look at the name, we are going to put it in our LinkedIn profile, which is the name going to be in our LinkedIn profile, and what is the ROI, what is the investment we are doing, when we will get it back. And when going to the college, that is why the attendance is short for the classes and high for the placement drives. Placement drives, everyone comes on the time, and classes, everyone is late. It is because we are forced, and we are learning international syllabus, we are learning international subjects, international business, everything. And we are going back to our homes. Everyone is only concerned about, we are going back to the society, we are concerned about whether we got a job. I cannot say I got confidence, I am able to talk to so many persons, but I want to search for job further. Nobody takes it. So there is a dilemma between, we are having an international campus and we are going back to our Indian societies. So that campus or the faculty, somehow there should be a support to deal with that dilemma. Then we can also come up with ideas.
I think we are run out of time, but this is a very important point that he raised, that when we are moving from our campus to an international environment, we sometimes are not able to, adapt. And what do we do in our campuses to make them more adaptable? A very good point. Maybe some other time we can have a discussion. I see that we are running out of time and she's giving me that look that, ma'am, you better close it soon. So anyway, it was a wonderful panel and we had a nice discussion. I thank all the panelists with all my heart. Big round of applause for the panelists here. And again, thank to all the esteemed audience here. We had some good discussion, and thanks to the organizers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Malini and our speakers for an enlightening session. Can we have a big round of applause for our speakers? May I please request you to come center stage for a picture? Well, ladies and gentlemen, our presenting partner for today, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. And I request our speakers to please remain on the dais. I would like to invite on stage Prashasti Rastogi, Director, Coursera for Campus. Please put your hands together to welcome her on the dais. To hand over a token of gratitude to our speakers right here. And ladies and gentlemen, our supporting partner for today, All India Council for Technical Education, B-School partner, Loyola Institute of Business Administration, online learning partner, Coursera for Campus, in association with BW Education and organized by BW Business World. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody? Now, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all of them for such a wonderful session. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. It's a delight to have all of you right here. And ladies and gentlemen, just one more group picture. Our presenting partner, ladies and gentlemen, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Our supporting partner, All India Council for Technical Education. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will be breaking for lunch. So I request you all to kindly proceed for lunch and join us back at 2:30. I request you all to please join us back at 2:30. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. May I request you all to quickly join us inside as we're about to commence. I request everybody to please quickly take their seats and make yourselves comfortable as we're just going to commence in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if I may request you all to please quickly settle down. We're just about to commence in a few minutes, requesting you all to please quickly settle down and make yourselves comfortable. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Juhi, and on behalf of BW World, I extend a very warm and a hearty welcome to each one of you here for the BW 6th Annual Higher Education Conference 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we will be heading to our next panel discussion. And our next panel discussion is going to be on building a robust digital campus. And ladies and gentlemen, for this session, our moderator who will be moderating this session is Dr. J. Francis Xavier, Principal JPR Engineering College, Chennai. Can we have a big round of applause for our moderator, everybody? And along with him, I would like to invite on stage our panelist for the same discussion, Dr. Malini V. Shankar, IAS retired Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University. Thank you so much for joining us here, ma'am. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vasupradha Sri Krishna, Associate Director, Meston Center for Teaching and Learning, Madras Christian College. Please put your hands together to welcome her on the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist, Dr. Dhananjay, Dean MBA, Narayana Engineering College, Nellore. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It's a pleasure to have you here. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon, one and all. The discussion for this session is building a robust digital campus. First of all, what is a campus? Campus is a place where we have the buildings, classrooms, laboratories, hostels, and where the knowledge is transferred from the faculty members to the students. But here, the digital campus, it is a virtual campus where no such classrooms are existing, and it is replicating the actual classroom. So here, it actually compasses the digital tools, digital platforms, digital resources through which actually the knowledge is transferred to the students. Now, with what is the benefit of these digital classrooms? The people whom don't have the access to the place, they are from remote area, they are actually encouraged to pursue some of the programs. And also, the cost effectiveness is there. Like the hostel is not there, the classroom is not there, 150 acres land is not required. So obviously it will have a impact on the cost effectiveness. And then there is a larger audience can be addressed by a single resource person. For instance, in a classroom, maximum 60 or 70 students can be accommodated. But in the online learning, a large audience can be admitted by using a single resource person. And also the global networking is easily possible thanks to this online learning platform. So the point actually in March 2020, due to this COVID-19, there was a lockdown in the country. All the colleges, even the schools, which have no prior experience or without any preparedness, all the campuses moved towards this, digital learning. The campuses even which never encourage the students to bring the mobile phone or laptop or any electronic gadgets to the institute, they advise the students to make use of the electronic gadgets to have a digital learning. So, we faced a lot of difficulties while we started this program because of obvious we didn't have any prior experience. Most of the institutions, even in early 2010, moved towards this digital, using the digital technologies. The attendance was digital. When the students were entering, with the help of the image processing, the attendance was taken. All the fees transferred, everything was through online. It was digital. And, a lot of digital tools were used to engage the classes. The classrooms were engaged using a lot of digital tools. Then, digital libraries were there even in early 2000. So we used a lot of digital things, but then it was actually the students came to the class and physically attended the classes. So there was no online classes as such. So it was a new experience to all of us. The COVID-19 made a big impact. So after that, now, by seeing this, many of the institutions are moving towards the hybrid or maybe the blended learning. So now in our panel session, we are going to discuss about, our elite panel members are going to discuss about building a robust digital campus. So with this, I would like to request Ganganeni Dhananjay sir to start with. Sir, what do you think the major challenges when you are establishing a robust digital campus?
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank BW Education for giving me this opportunity. It's a great platform. A lot of excellent academicians gathered here. So in this context, as Sir told, a lot of challenges are being faced in campuses getting more digitalized. These challenges come in the form of, three stakeholders like students, faculty, and management. And one of the important thing I want to emphasize is when you are being digitalized, the student want to have a single sign-on sort of thing. So student doesn't want to have, we would like to have seamless experience. Like for everything, you should have single password and this thing like when he enters a classroom, when he enters a library, when he accesses computer resources. So that is one of the challenges is building a lot of bandwidth in the institutions because that comes at a cost. And and when we make Wi-Fi campus, and all these challenges are there where there are a lot of recurring costs. So in this sense, that is for all the process, we should make it digital, like admissions and their assessments, examinations. This is going progressively going on, but we need to be more sensitized to increase the digitalization in the campuses. And these digitalization, from the perspective of faculty also, where their lectures are available in LMS systems like Moodle, and all these are all various aspects of the digitalization of the campuses, and this is being progressively implemented in various and one more thing where to, because in the morning also some of these things have come up, that no, we know that this YouTube is the biggest university, because everything is available there. And in my classroom I use a lot of WhatsApp groups, so that the classroom is 24 by 7. It's not only when the lecture is there in front of them, but if you encourage the academic discussion in the WhatsApp group, it will continuous interaction is possible between the students, between the faculty. It's a sort of we are
or are using Google Classroom? Right? How many of you are using platforms, digital platforms like perhaps Coursera and other LMSs that is available to us? Yes, again, a lot of us. How many of you used Orkut? How many of you used Google Buzz? Resonates that name somewhere? There's something called Google Buzz. So we are using Google Classroom in many ways to integrate it within our pedagogy today. Now, it is at the top of our mind recall because we're using it today. But Google Buzz was something that was used a couple of decades ago. A lot of professors from the Western wing relied on it to actually diffuse their pedagogy among the student community. So what happened to this Google Buzz? So Google Buzz had to be shut down over a civil lawsuit. Remember the lengthy, I agree to all terms and conditions that we sign up for when we set up a Google account or any account for that matter. Do we read it? Perhaps. I have met a couple of them who have read end to end, but do they have a choice? If they say decline, do they get to still create an account? No. So it's a very fascinating platform, this digital realm that we have. So coming back to this Google Buzz case study that I'm talking about, overnight it was shut down. So what happened to all the resources? Of course, they did give all of us enough time to take backup, but it really doesn't work. How many of you even go back to your Microsoft Outlook account and look at your backup email when you leave an organization, join the next organization? So the data transferability is a huge question mark over here. And coming to the point of intellectual theft, we are in the muddled zone of trying to understand who wrote what. Yes, we have Urkund, Turnitin, we have top-notch plagiarism softwares today, but still, if I take a work that is published in 1858, I just type it out. My plagiarism softwares aren't going to recognize it, but that's intellectual theft again. So it is not something new that we are dabbling with. Intellectual theft has always been around, just that the replicability of it is stunning. So we talk about deep fakes, fake news, and all of that, right? When we are talking about digital literacy and media literacy and all of these components. But what we forget is how easily it gets replicated today. Now, in traditional sense, if we try to understand an archive, right? So how do we imagine an archive? It is something that is perhaps stored in physical libraries, something that you can go and retrieve. So there's a lot of physicality to it. The materiality of it remains in the physical world. But today, when I'm talking about materiality, the digital materialization of it is stunning, because if I just put a tweet, say this business world conference is happening over here, and I tweet about it, my tweet becomes an archive almost instantaneously. So that's what we are dabbling with today. So intellectual theft isn't new. We have to continue to deliberate around it and try to find a solution. Won't be an absolute amicable solution, but this is the deliberative zone we are in.
Thank you, ma'am. So suppose today this conference was supposed to be an online conference. What would have happened? All of us would have participated somewhere from either Zoom or Microsoft Team and would have shared our thoughts. But then what would have missed, as ma'am rightly pointed out, our physically meeting each other, greeting each other and sharing our thoughts in person would have missed. Okay, the socialization would have been missed if it was actually a online conference, but then very fortunate we meet our old friends and greeting each other and spending our time But this particular case, what I witnessed, it's actually, 3 or 3.5 years. But then, since we are moving towards the digital, this is the need of the hour. Look at Coursera or maybe IGNO. So the digital campuses, which are actually, doing a wonderful job. Even all the institutes, we are going towards the Coursera courses, right? It's online. We have a lot of flexibility in the schedule. Even after the class hours or our office hours, even after 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, we can schedule the classes. So these kind of advantages are with these digital campuses. And let me move on to the next question to Dr. Ganganeni. Sir, what way does the digital campus help in transformation of the educational system?
So higher education, there is no, as our earlier speakers are also deliberating on that. There is no going back from digitalization. Digitalization is going to as a disruptive force because students are already they are digital natives. They are used to digital platforms when they come to higher education. And because nowadays what is becoming is students are demanding, students are demanding customers to a university or a higher education institute. What type of activities we are offering? What type of extracurricular activities? What type of all these tools we are offering to them, labs we are offering to them. So everything has to be in a digital format. And nowadays, these tools like LinkedIn and Twitter, they're excellent platforms for some of the topics. And for example, I deal with finance and investments, where you have a big, Twitter is a university for investments and finance. There's a lot of huge number of experts are collaborating, and it's a sort of user-centered learning where huge amount of explosive knowledge is taking place. So as a digital campus, I should be able to facilitate and allow the students to access all these digital tools. And one more thing is that because this, as our speakers also pointed out, there is a problem with this attention economy because the student is unable to concentrate for more than 15 minutes. So how do we deal with in a digital context where his mind is wandering and is unable to concentrate for more than that? So some of our professors used to say, you try to introduce gamification. After 15 days, after 15 minutes, you start some quiz, you start some game. Like, we use some tools like Kahoot, where the quiz can be organized online. So some sort of adoption, we have to adopt. You have to know the change is the name of the game. Whether you have to change, otherwise the change will change us. Sort of environment.
Thank you, sir. So, Sir said that we are facing a lot of problems with the digital campuses. Of course, in 2020, after COVID-19, when we started conducting the online examinations, we had only the prior experience conducting the computer-based test in our own centers, in our own laboratories. But here the challenge was students were appearing from their home. They use sometimes, laptop or maybe tab or mobile phone. And, we didn't have a wide angle camera. So when they involved in some kind of malpractices, it was really a very tough task to actually overcome. So we instructed them, there should not be any lip movement, or you should not look at upside or maybe moving here and there. It's not permitted, but still, it was a very tough challenge, tough task for us to overcome all these challenges. Now let's move on to next question to Dr. Malini ma'am. Ma'am, what do you think the impact of ChatGPT in the education sector?
Yeah, I think it's going to affect the education tremendously. One of the fields where it's going to really affect. And I think the way to overcome it is to move away from classroom teaching and rote learning and regurgitation of memorized knowledge in the exam. I think the teachers have more of a challenge than the students, because then the teachers have to change their entire approach and mindset to see what kind of questions, what kind of evaluation and testing can be done in such a way that even they can, bypass the chat GPT, because it seems to give answers to everything possible, sometimes wrong answers, sometimes fake answers. So I think the method of testing and evaluation will have to change drastically to face the challenge of ChatGPT. The teacher has to be brilliant to, not just to teach, but as I said, how do you test whether the student has absorbed the knowledge, analyzed? I think it will become more analytical skills. ChatGPT might just do that, but and the other impact would be I'm not sure you can have any more open book exam, an exam by multiple choice, or just go home and do something. It'll have to come back to classroom. You give only one question, you sit there and answer. It might have to come back to that. It's an evolving thing. We can't really predict at this moment to what extent it will be, but I think it's a challenge more to the faculty than to the students.
I have I thought I will add this to maybe on the lighter side, we can give the answer and ask the chat GPT to form the question.
Yes. No, but the chat GPT is forming that also.
Okay, then,
So I think there's a challenge for the faculty.
So as ma'am rightly pointed out, it's good. Okay, please add on, ma'am.
Okay, two very interesting examples from the field. This time we had a paper called data visualization. So while teaching that paper, we realized that it's difficult for the kids because it's an elective paper to go and collect big data. So my students actually generated data sets asking ChatGPT to do so. And brilliant data sets on one side. Again, makes me really worried because I wanted to test it first of all. So makes me really worried that how do we now distinguish between, what is real data and what is fake data? So as Baudrillard says, hyper reality is the zone that we are in. That is one point. The other interesting point about ChatGPT is that there's another experiment my student did. So one particular person shared a screenshot of this, asked the ChatGPT a question. Let's assume any name, Vijay, Mary, John. So just say Mary's mother has 5 kids and they list out the kids' names. What is the 5th kid name? So ChatGPT was not able to understand that it's Mary. So we are not there yet. It's going to take time. It's going to take more and more of data for it to become a robust system. Lots of examples. So I wouldn't take too much time. Probably after this, I can share a couple of other examples that we have come across.
Okay, maybe I have read somewhere that ChatGPT flunked IIT exam. Maybe IIT style of questioning word.
So ChatGPT is going to be a big challenge for all of the faculty members. I would like to share one of my experience. 15 years or some 17 years ago, a neighbor boy, I tried to teach him what is oval, what is ellipse. I told him I was teaching engineering drawing. I'm an expert, I explained. But then he replied, whatever his teacher taught him was final. Okay, fine, I am PhD qualified. I knew this very well, but then he was adamant. He didn't trust me. He said that the teacher's answer was final, fine. After 15 years, now the boy is actually doing +2. And he's a self-taught Python programmer and MySQL expert. I asked him how you become a self-taught expert. He replied me, no, I am not a self-taught expert. I am actually a ChatGPT taught expert. You won't believe that he, along with his school friends, he was performing much better than all other classmates. Actually, he didn't attend even a single class of the teacher who taught this Python programming and MySQL. Then he told me, this ChatGPT is excellent. Then I informed the same thing to one of my friend who is a professor in computer science and engineering. This is what my neighbor told me. What is your opinion? Then the computer professor told me, don't trust ChatGPT. It's giving all wrong answers. And this is what. Then I conveyed the same thing to my neighbor. And he told me, uncle, actually, your professor is very scared of ChatGPT. it is performing exceptionally well, 1 lakh time more powerful than all your teachers put together. And of course, it's not updated. The data is only up to 2021. Once, Chat GPT 4.0 is coming, you will see the, other challenges. This is what he responded. So as a teacher, as a principal, I was so shocked how to conclude this conversation. Then I decided to, go with the Chat GPT, ask the same question, what is the impact of Chat GPT, in education field? Do you know what is the answer given by Chat GPT? It said that it is a very nice learning tool, but then, the human thinking, human behavior is actually missing in this education system. So with this, I concluded the, topic with my neighbor. So let me come to the next question. This question is to Dr. Vasuprada ma'am. Ma'am, since you touched upon the digital archives, I want to ask you, digital embeddedness, data visibility and politics, digital materiality, you may explain briefly, ma'am.
Right. It's a very complex domain that we are talking about. We are talking about developing a lot of digital footprints. So there are varied, zones or standpoints that I can take while trying to understand this issue. If I take the standpoint of an ordinary citizen, the kind of digital footprints that we leave, is it going to get mapped back to us? There is a self in the physical world, and then there's a digitally embodied self. Are both getting mapped onto each other? Definitely yes. So there was a journalist who was working for Washington Post. So when this particular very, very famous journalist posted a tweet, what happened immediately was he got suspended. Why? Because what he had tweeted was inaccurate. It was just, it happens to all of us, right? We all commit errors, and especially when we are following games. So this particular person is a sports columnist. So it wasn't expected of the sports columnist to tweet wrongly, wrong information about the game. So in the physical world, did he pay a price for it? Yes, was suspended for a couple of weeks. So this is the kind of digital mapping that is happening. I don't need to open the Pandora's box of how this actually impacts a lot of people who seek asylum, a lot of them who actually come from other nations asking for citizenship. So it is a very interesting, strong aspect. Data extraction is very strong over here. So when we are talking about data extraction, again, do we have the policies? Do we have the rules? Do we have the procedures? No, we don't. So I would like to, conclude this part by asking again a question. Being a professor inherently, I'm not able to stop myself from interacting with all of you. So again, a set of questions for you. How many of you have used digital tools? All of us. How many of you have used a mobile phone? How many of you own a television set? All of us, generic questions, right? How many of you owned a pager those days? The pager is gone today, right? Television sets, telephones are still traveling with us. We may argue that its intensity has come down, it's gone up. The point I'm trying to make here is these were made a development marker by the governments at a policy formulation stage. Now, digitalization or digital, classrooms, all of this should percolate into the system as a policy decision. Only then will we have a structured argument around it. Otherwise, it's going to be like, I will say something, we'll all say something together, but at the end of it, we won't have any outcome. So unless and until we map, if we want to bring a digital classroom into our systems in our colleges and university, is UGC recognizing it as a teaching hour? So 16 hours of teaching is compulsory. So how many hours are we willing to allocate for experimenting around this zone? Because we can't expect outcome right away. It's going to take a while for us to understand this mystifying turf of online world. But we should invest time in it. It's important.
I just want to add to Madam, sir. This digital mapping is because all of us like recommender systems. So they, they recommend you like these movies or you like these books and all these things. So this in order to get that recommender systems, digital mapping is one of.
Yeah, right. See, my daughter scrolls through my Twitter. I don't know. She loves the symbol heart. So she's pressing heart randomly. And before I notice, perhaps there are 15 likes. So I can't be mapped onto that. That's not me. So these are the issues that we have.
Okay, ma'am. So to add on to what ma'am said, how many of, when you visited your bank the last time, physically when you went to your bank last time, maybe 1 year ago or 3 years ago, that's right. This morning, ma'am, and okay, fine. For me personally, I went to the bank last time before COVID-19 lockdown. Maybe 2019, because today everything is in our mobile phone. We can do the net banking, mobile app, we can do all the transactions. So the digital is the need of the hour. So we cannot stop that. Definitely the digital classrooms are going to come, and we cannot actually stop that.
I'm tempted to add this, because digital is okay. It's on a binary mode almost. When you have gray areas and you have questions, you have to meet that person. So I think the same thing would apply for classrooms. You can learn everything, but unless there's a teacher to guide, I think the education part is lost. The communication is okay.
Right. So next, I would like to move on to Dr. Gangineni. The question is, will digital campus enhance the quality of teaching learning process? Please share your thoughts, sir.
I think my answer is definitely yes, because we are going to use it as a complementary to our physical classes. So various digital tools can enhance the experience of the students, and also faculty also will benefit greatly. They can reach more people, scale. I can scale my lecture to, if I know if there is a recorded lecture, I can reach more people, and my website can contain my PPTs, my lecture schedules, lecture plans, and the students also, they have their experience of the subject is more pronounced, and they can definitely, we have to complement all these digital tools with our physical aids. That's my.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, ma'am, you were an administrator, an IAS officer. So, I would like to ask you this important question: how to tackle the attitude issues of the students in the digital era, and then digital campus and its impact of the affinity between the teachers and the students.
Okay, I think the first question I will say, I'll go back to principles of Indian institutions. They have a compulsion of attendance. Okay? I have never understood why there should be that compulsion. I keep questioning it all the time in my institution. If the teacher is very good, there is 100% attendance. There are people wanting to come and audit the course. The class is overflowing. And if you go into the social media and internet, you will find these warm outpourings of how they learned so much from a teacher. Okay. So I think, is it an impediment or not? Very largely depends on the equation between the teacher and the student, the ability to hold the attention, the ability to transfer her knowledge in a seamless way. Your second question, I'm going to answer by sharing experience I had. I had occasion, very fortunate to have a discussion with Professor Kamakoti as soon as he took over as director of IIT. I asked this question because I'm not a career educationalist. I said, I need to know why attendance is compulsory. Is attendance compulsory? So he said, you are absolutely right. Attendance is something that is not really mandatory, but it could lead to certain, if you're very, it can give you a data. It gives you a data. And then the next thing he explained was extraordinary. He said, when he was a professor, he found that there were 1 or 2 students not attending the class continuously. So it is, but for the attendance, he would not have known that these are the students who didn't attend the class. But as a committed professor, he got into it and he said, why are they not attending the class? So he actually found out that the student came from a background where they were not feeling very comfortable in this IIT, was not gelling with the rest of them and not attending the class. Then he took the trouble of finding out why, what, who are his friends, etc. And then he found out this boy likes chocolates. This boy would not meet anybody. He would be holed up in the hostel. So then he took chocolates and he went to his hostel room. This is not when he was director, when he was teaching. And then he told the boy, okay, today no class. I'm not going to ask you why you didn't come to class, why you didn't attend class. Let's just have chocolates. And then slowly drew him into class. Now, can the digital university do this? It goes back to, if you are a teacher, if you are committed, it comes with a lot of passion in the classroom and a lot of empathy for the student. So that affinity is something that the digital one cannot create affinity, that's for sure. But it's also up to the teacher. For example, when you get students into a classroom, they may come with differing degrees of familiarity with that digital tool. They may not have had a smartphone. They may not know how to use a computer. So it's up to that teacher to actually guide and mentor that student along and actually create that interest and sensitization so that there is affinity even on a digital mode between the student and the teacher.
Sharing that wonderful. So now the question to Pradhan, data is susceptible to cyber attack. Is it a threat to digital campus?
It definitely is. Huge threat. Do we have enough checks and balances in the system? We don't have it yet. So just to understand a little bit more around this, we are talking a lot about digital campus. I think the security, the theft part of it, whether all of these questions come much later. What we are not talking about is the access and affordability. On one side, yes, we may have teams within our own institutions trying to further digitality of our courses, of pedagogically, how do we do better, all of that. But on the other side, we are forgetting the basics. It is like what I heard in the Irula's community, all of them had laptops, all of them had a basic net pack, access to mobile pack, but 8 hours, there was no electricity. Right? So no one can sustain that cycle of energy deficiency. So this brings, that's why I said policy formulations are very important. Unless and until it comes effectively as part of policies, whoever would be the institutions involved, be it at the state level, be it at the consortium level, only then can we make some kind of a leadway into the security deliberation.
Okay, so I request to give the final remarks.
Wonderful discussion. That one final conclusion which is coming is that digital is inevitable, and combination of both physical and digital, and the teacher's empathy cannot be replaced by digital, but only we can enhance the experience of the students by using various digital tools. And in the interest of time, I think.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you are okay. Okay, fine. Let me come to the conclusion. Actually, Ola and Uber, we are booking the cars using our mobile phone. But then once they are coming to our home, we have to physically travel by the car. Same applicable for whether Swiggy or Zomato. We are placing the order using our app. But then when the delivery boy is bringing it to our home, we have to have the food physically. So though there is a digital involvement, digital alone cannot survive. There is actually a blended learning, or hybrid mode actually will solve the purpose. And as all the dignitaries rightly pointed out, the green memories as a student group, when we are spending our time together, the green memories and the beautiful campuses, number of acres built IITs or other reputed campuses, we cannot just miss by attending the digital classes. So digital campus is the need of the hour, but digital alone cannot solve the purpose. Let me conclude saying that in the education institutions, we are not only transferring just the knowledge, but also the culture, the values, and how to behave, the human values, everything we are transferring. So this is possible only with the offline classes when the students are physically coming to the college. So at any point of time, these physical classes cannot be replaced. At the same time, we cannot forget about these digital campuses. That is the need of the hour. The future is going to be most likely the blended learning and the hybrid mode. With this, I would like to thank the dignitaries on the stage and the patience listening of all the audience. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to thank the business world for the opportunity given. Thank you, everyone.
What an enthralling session it has been. Can we have a big round of applause for all our speakers? Thank you so much. Can we please have you center stage for a group picture? Well, ladies and gentlemen, our today's presenting partner, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai, our supporting partner, All India Council for Technical Education, B-School partner, Loyola Institute of Business Administration, our online learning partner, Coursera for Campus, in association with BW Education, organized by BW Business World. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request Mr. Ruhail to please come up on stage. All right, can we please have a token of memento given to our speakers right here? Well, thank you so much for joining us here. It was a delight to have you here. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for a wonderful session once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we will be moving forward to our next panel discussion. And our next panel discussion is on finding the university of your dreams. And to moderate this session, may I please invite our moderator, Dr. R. Hari Prakash, Additional Registrar, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Everybody, can we please put your hands together for Dr. R. Hari Prakash. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir. And now I would like to welcome our panelists onto the dais. Professor Dr. M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Big round of applause for him, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir, with us. Moving on to our next panelist, Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor, Dr. MGR, Educational and Research Institute, Chennai. Thank you so much for joining us here, ma'am. And our next panelist, Professor R. Satyanarayanan, Sundaram Fasteners Associate Professor of Marketing, IFMR Graduate School of Business, Korea University. A big round of applause for him. Well, thank you so much. And over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to the panelists and all the participants present here. We have been given by the organizers a wonderful topic for discussion, finding a university of your dreams. And for a teacher to handle a post-lunch session is as good as a challenge for the panelists to hold the crowd on control after this excellent lunch provided by the organizers. On behalf of all members, thanks to the organizers for providing healthy lunch. Can we give a good round of applause for them? Yeah, thank you. Let me start with a quote from our late APJ Abdul Kalam. Dream, dream, dream. Your thoughts convert to results. This is how our late Abdul Kalam ji has left us with this great vision. And taking into this topic of discussion today, so in a angle of every prospective student will like to have a conducive learning environment that can give them a good knowledge on the latest technologies and make him employability endowment so that he can globally compete. In addition, each student will like to have a rich resourceful faculty, enjoying learning atmosphere, and a platform for them to explore their startups, research-driven programs, unparalleled academic curriculums and tools to understand their dreams. And in addition, any student, you all will accept that we like to have a choice of placement offers at the end of his successful completion from his dream university. That choice of placement offers should have his dream offers. This is what each student will aspire to have it. And the students of this generation are blessed to have to listen to such debates, because the earlier generations, if you see, many may regret on the career choices made. In the later stages, everyone aspire to pursue their passion of learning music or being a novelist or taking up additional add-on courses. But these generation, because of this advent of technology and the reforms in education sector, has paved way for the fully flexible choice-based credit system, wherein an engineering student can learn a law, engineering student can learn his choice of childhood dreams of a music or a liberal arts, and he can earn this major minor degrees because of these reforms being carried out by the policymakers. With this remarks, I will pass it on to each panelist to share their knowledge, because the advent of technology also has made a person sitting here in this room to undergo or complete his online module courses through Coursera or any other Swayam or MOOCs to listen to the eminent professor from Harvard and Oxford. And from here, he can have his dreams fulfilled and earn credits that will be added to his credits when he successfully completes a degree. So with this opening remarks, I will now request the panelists to just share their views. Initially, I will ask the panelists to say a few words. Later, I will just post on some questions. It's open for any of the panelists to take it and give their views. So just a comments, we'll start with Krishnan sir on.
Good evening to Nandal. We all thankful to BW for giving the wonderful opportunity to discuss a nice topic, how you can dream about the university. First, I feel that when I took a vice chancellor of the Central University of Tamil Nadu, I feel how my university should be. Because you see that it's a unique university where we have the faculty from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and the students from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. But I feel that because they are all coming by the CUET, Central University Entrance Examination, they are the bright students, they are coming to the university. What they immediately tell that, sir, we can learn the subject through Google or any other sources what they are discussed about digital technology. But first they feel that the teachers should have that student-centric teachers, they need that. First one, they need that. Second one, the university should take that friendly nature to the students, because always you should not be a policeman behind the students. That's the second thing. Third thing, you don't believe that our students, because I don't know how many of you visited Thiruvarur Central University. There are about 35-40 villages around my university where the students visited the different villages at different time. It's not by university direction, they are going. And they want to help the student and help the public, how they can improve the economy or their life in that villages. One example I can say that first some of the students from that economics and commerce students went around the villages and they are analyzing the drinking water of that particular villages. And then they found that they are taking too much of salt and other material, polluted water. So immediately they collected their own fund and they provide the RO system for the village. That they feel that they are very happy. The nearby elementary school went there. They are talking about computer, but no computer is there. So immediately they came to me. They told that, sir, whatever the computer, it's unused computers in the university. And with all the permission and rules and regulation, they got the computer and provided to all the schools nearby. So what they want there, as my earlier speaker rightly told there, the students are coming to the university not only for learning, they have to learn that how to get the good friends, how to live in the society, how you can learn the moral and ethics by the teachers. Because if you are taking us in the earlier days, each one we have our model teachers where we are following all throughout the life. That's the way students are coming. Apart from that ranking and other things, they want to have their own culture and tradition should follow in this university. Then only we can attract the students for not only study, to improve the university. But this is the first discussion I can put for that in front of you. Maybe next panelist I can give the mic.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity through this forum. In fact, I'm basically a doctor by profession and into the medical field for past 40 years. And now gone into, I was the dean of all the 3 city medical colleges and the director of medical education of state of Tamil Nadu and the vice chancellor of the Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University, former vice chancellor, and now as a vice chancellor of MGR Educational Research Institute, which caters all the faculty under it except for the veterinary and agriculture. So now I have come across all the ENT, all the online courses, distant education, whatever it is, but still I have the affinity for medical education. But what I observed was to have a dream university, it should be accessible and affordable to students. That is the basic thing. Because I've seen many of the students do not know where to go, what to study. So a dream university should have a contact with the rural area, the urban area. How to have the contact to become a dream university is. So the access to the students, particularly the school students, should be there. And we have to access these schools by giving a helping hand to the schools. For example, if you have a computer education department in a school, our college teachers can go over there and teach them the computer education or social science, whatsoever, and also give them the broader view of what's going on in the education, higher education system in our country, which is being provided. For example, like the Central University. Many of the students do not know that there is Central University is existing and how to apply. So the accessibility to the students should be there, that the overall knowing the whole plethora of the education system, where to go, what to do, what is the job opportunity, or whether you become the job providers, become an entrepreneur. All this has to be taught during their school days with our own college students. So we get a dream university so that they come back and know where to apply, what to apply. And second one is affordability. See, when we increase the fees, the students, particularly the higher the higher people can come and give the money. But if it is being affordable, anyone can come for the whatever education we need, particularly medical. So like now they have made it affordable because they have fixed the fees and whatnot. But there should be a fixation of fees according to the economic standard of an individual student. So then we can get more number of students. Third one, I would say, rather than policing, we should give freedom. And also the accreditation bank should be, accredit point bank should be there, so that we need not stop the student in each year. If you fail in first year, you cannot carry on to the second year. So that kind of model should not exist here afterwards. The students should keep on accumulating their credit bank and keep on moving. They can also in between can go, they should have a freedom to go over to any of the course in between they have interest, or align with the core subject they want to study, get educated. So this kind of freedom is whenever is given, of course, the students would be very happy to come, and it would become a dream university. And of course, the final one is, we have a lot of entrance exams, of course, to have a quality student. Yes, of course, it has to be there. But when they want to enter into another profession, or from an engineering to medical or to any other profession, or marine or aeronautical, we have to have a certain kind of system in our own university so that it is easy for them to get into their dream of choice when they come in between. So that when you give that freedom, of course, your university would become a dream university. Thank you.
A very good evening to all of you, and thank you, Business World, for this opportunity to receive a lot of wisdom and also to share wisdom from what we have learned in our journey so far. Very interesting topic. We're talking about dream universities, and the fundamental question, as we all professors ask, is whose dream it is. Is it the student dreams? Because there are many stakeholders in this journey called education. I would put it as 5.5 dreams. Okay, the primary being students. Okay, what the student actually dreams and what he or she wants from an university. That's one. So we'll come to that because we need to address that in detail. Then in India, especially for many of these course choices, we have a huge stakeholder called parents. Okay, what parents actually dream, what kind of dream they have for their children, and whether the parent is going to allow the student to dream. That is another big question in many of these college and university decisions. Number two. The third stakeholder is the government and the policy holders, and they have a dream. They put out a policy, a national education policy. They bring in certain changes, and they kind of give a larger blueprint for the whole education system, in which direction it should actually move. So there is a big dream on the part of the government and the policymakers. And another very crucial variable is the faculty members who are going to teach and who are going to be the big catalyst in this whole journey called education. So what is the dream of a faculty member in actually choosing a university? So what do they look like in terms of a platform to do a lot of good research, a freedom, and a freedom to try, freedom to experiment, freedom to fail, and freedom to pivot. So there are many things which the faculty members also dream in a university. And the point five, is the funding agencies. People who give loans, education loans, like the banks and financial institutions, they have a limited role, but their expectation is purely in terms of return on investment. Okay, if I'm going to fund a particular individual, how I'm going to get the loan back so that my balance sheet is clean. So that is one dream. And then the administrators who run the institute, who run the universities, so they have certain dream. Like, for example, what kind of universities as an administrator I'm going to set and build? Am I going to focus purely on academic research, purely on academic excellence, or am I going to focus on sports? Am I going to focus on other extracurricular areas? So there is a dream for the promoter and the administrators also. So it is a collage of various dreams when we actually talk about university as a concept. Now, coming to the most important dream of that is the student dream. Okay, as a student, what do I expect from a university? There are a lot of interesting studies which have actually been done on this. Like, for example, not all of us have the same dreams, same set of expectations. Like, for example, it's like going for a movie. So when you go to a movie, it's an entertainment. So we just want to spend some 3 hours, and some prefer a Rajinikanth movie or some prefer a Kamal Hassan movie. But you expect something from a Rajinikanth movie which is totally different in a Kamal Hassan movie. You don't want Rajinikanth to cry in all the 14 reels and bring all his emotional content. You want him to be flashy, snazzy, and do all sort of fights, defying all our laws of physics which we teach our students. But in a Kamal Hassan movie, the expectations are different. So you expect Kamal Hassan to be more emotive, to make you actually bring out your emotions also as a viewer. So it's entertainment. The need is entertainment. The platform is the cinema. But what do we expect as a viewer differ from person to person, which is also happening in terms of student dreams. Very interestingly, I believe in 2009, one private university in Chennai wanted to understand this in unison. So they want to do a large-scale qualitative research, talking to different students, potential students around the country, in understanding what is their actually expectation. And there's one of the top advertising agencies in India, JWT. So they did this extensive study, and they kind of, after interviewing some 20,000 students, a large sample, and came up with 3 categories of students primarily. One category is called enjoyment seekers. Okay, the student, there's a segment of students who want university to be a place of enjoyment, not only for learning. So they want learning, yes, that is there, but they also want a lot of fun. There are a lot of other things which they do, hang out with friends, have a socializing experience. Along with that, they want education as a part of what they actually expect as enjoyment, number one. The second group of students, what they classify, the study's name is called the Call of Dronacharya. Okay? The second set of students are badge value seekers, students who want the badge value of the university, like the IITs or the IIM, all these top institutes, the top 100. So they wanted that badge and utilize that badge value in their long career. Like, I'm an alumni of this institute. Come what may, some people, if they get a seat in IIT, they're not bothered about even the programs, even, a specialization A, B, C, they're not bothered. So long it is IIT, I will choose anyone from the ABC. So this group of people want that kind of reputation. So they're driven by what is the big reputation and the badge value I'm going to derive from that institution. Number 3 is a very interesting set of students. They're called as inspiration seekers. People who not only want that badge value, not only want fun, but they're more interested in to get inspired. They want mentors. They want a lot of help from the faculty who can handhold them, who can guide them, who can actually shape. Many are actually clueless. There are we can easily list 3 or 4 other set of students who don't fit into any of these 3 buckets. So some people are clueless. I don't know what to do. I just want to join an university and then want to find a journey for me. So in that process, some students expect that the institution should help me. There should be a student support. There should be a faculty support, which should actually help me to find what is my strength and to go for it. So if all these dreams, if it can converge in a spot, that we can call it as a sweet spot, which is what every university is trying to bring a part of this into various aspects and facets of the university to have the dream university. So the idea is to how to find that sweet spot and how to go about managing that sweet spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So from Professor Krishnan, sir, we could understand that nowadays this generation students have started volunteering services before entering a campus. It's a good understanding of our students' mentality. And Professor Geeta ma'am has shared her views about affordability for students should be reasonable. And how do you know how to apply, how to approach for a particular university? That's also a valid point to be discussed. And Professor Ravi has finally concluded, he has taken it a prospective angle of different stakeholders, from a student point of view, for a teacher point of view, or a policy maker, or in case of parents. Of course, that's what I said in the beginning, that while choosing our childhood dreams of to become an engineer or something, on the parents' insistence, all students take up a career. It's not that they have been given freedom to take it, but this generation is completely different. They demand for their dreams. That's what I take. And I do agree, crafting a university, any student, he wants to crafting his dream university, he will has to list out some valid factors to be considered. Once he narrows down, in no time he will have his final dream university. With this, just
one point. And usually the parent or a student think about the quality of education given by an university, right? And that depends upon the faculty, how to increase the faculty development, how to train them, how to increase their capacity of a faculty. So it depends upon the faculty and the student, the capacity, the quality of education. So these things go together, and output of it, whether they become their own, creating their own job, or they get a job in a very good placement. So for this, we need to work out on the perspective of the student and their parents.
okay.
Right.
I will take up from here. So madam has insisted that should parents or student, they will insist on quality. Quality control, two people take care of in case of engineering. In our country, we have two accreditation systems here. One is National Assessment Accreditation System, accrediting the whole institute. And in case of engineering, the National Board of Accreditation, accrediting each program. So quality will be there once the course is accredited by NBA and NAC has accredited that institute. With that line, and to help the students to identify the best dream university for him to get into admission, let's think on this quality aspect. As madam has said, there has been recently ranking of universities on different factors. It may be our national level ranking, National Institute of Ranking Framework, NIRF is ranking each institute based on criteria, teaching, learning, infrastructure, etc., our curriculum, outreach, etc. And even our world ranking system of Times Now ranking or QS ranking. And even the Prime Minister is concerned that even IITs are not able to come up to the standards of top 10 universities across the world, and everybody is striving hard to catch the top 10 world rankings. Of course, we all academicians and policymakers will jointly do and achieve that ranking in the future. Indian universities will surely flourish in the top 10 world rankings to take up. So now I request the panelists to give their views on, based on ranking of a university, of how the parents or the students should opt for the choices.
Yeah, that's the right question. Now we have we are going for the ranking. For example, if you are going for the NAC accreditation or NBA accreditation, where we have to be top, and then only the parents and students are coming. For example, if you are taking me, I don't know that you are also having the experience. When earlier in the 1980s, 90s, we are going for the research, we are seeing only the faculty profile, who is the best teacher in the particular university, and we can stand in front of him for a month together to get that research admission or the fellowship and other things. Now it's not like that. Now the students will see that what is the rank of this university in NIRF, if you are coming to that, what you call that arts and science universities or NAC accreditation. Why? Because their assessment is very important, not only for students admission. All my experts sitting in front of me, they know that now everything is connected by the ranking of the university. If you want to go for the DST funding, like PERS, you should have that A grade, then only you can apply. Like that, there is a project where they call for is coming for Sadi project, where they need that ranking and other things. That's a one side. But what I look into that, why you need the ranking if you are looking into that? Critically, if you are thinking about the ranking, first important thing is how you are admitting the students. Second one is curriculum. Curriculum every day now we are updating, not revised, updating with association of the industry. Then third one, we need the good teachers, qualified teachers. We need that. But to get the qualified teachers, we have to give a good facilities in the university and also the salary. Then we are looking for the, what you called that research output. Then we are going for that student support. Then environment, governance, everything is coming. So why the public is looking for the ranking? So all the 7 criteria, they got the good ranking. So they feel that they can get the student will get more benefit out of it. So what I try to tell that what I am looking for the students nowadays, earlier, education is going for the knowledge. Now education for economy. So whatever you have to study, you should know that how you are going to convert your excellent education into excellence, excellent into innovation, how the innovation should go to the society. Then only they can respect that what you call the higher education in any university. Even after coming here inside the university, they look for that, which department is doing well, where I am going for the elective course or non-elective course like that. And which teacher is looking, good, where they are associating with them and then doing a lot of things. So since the time is very limited, what I try to tell that nowadays students are very bright. What they want to do that they need a good teacher, good curriculum, good industry collaboration, where they can get the placement nicely. Even nowadays, students are not looking for the industry should come inside the university. They feel that they have to get a call from industry, then they have to get a job. That is the way the students are now coming. So what our university is taking the step for a good quality to teacher and research. What the Central University of Tamil Nadu announced that if you are getting one patent, we want to give 25,000 rupees for the teacher. If you are getting a student getting pass in that, what you called the JRF, CSIR, JRF or UGC, we want to give 5,000 rupees as an award. Why we are telling that? We need the bright students to implement the policy like NEP. Then only we can give output to the society. Even my chief told that we need the good ranking. We are not reaching the QS and we are not reaching. Why? Because as a morning I told that we have good publication, we have good teachers, we have good facilities, but we fail to take the higher education to the society. That is the thing I want to insist that even earlier education minister, Honorable Minister Pokhriyal, when I talked to him, I told that I was at Madurai Kamaraj University as a Vice Chancellor and I am now as a Vice Central University. Both universities surrounded by the village. As panelists rightly told that we are not able to get the good internet facilities for my students. So first we have a lot of policy. Even BW give that one good message. We have good policy. We have good, aims to improve education. But when it's going to access it and implement it, we got failure. That where the bridge should be, built properly, then only we can get the success in the higher education.
See, ranking again, is needed definitely, because without a ranking system, it is very difficult to actually have a scale to compare different institutions. But at that basic level, it helps a lot in quantitatively actually evaluating many institutes based on different outputs or in the individual processes that we have, like even NIRF. Many of these frameworks actually try to do that. But as Dr. Krishnan rightly pointed out, sectoral ranking is also there. Now we have management, medical law, sectoral ranking. But even within that, as Professor Krishnan said, you even have different departments performing differently in a university. So there are certain universities known for certain departments. Like for example, in our case, like in business schools, some business schools are known for certain functional areas, some are not known for, some are known for all. So we have that kind of graded changes even within a highly ranked institution. Some institution may be ranked #1 overall, but for 2 or 3 departmental programs, probably the university which is ranking 20 or 21 might be comparatively better. So that qualitative difference within the ranking is also there. So now how a student and the parent, when they take a decision, how they reconcile this fact is there is also an informal information channel where they get a lot of information, which is the social media right now. You have Quora, platforms like Quora, you have a lot of Facebook discussion pages where many of these subtle aspects of universities which doesn't get counted in ranking process actually come there for discussion. So as a potential student, one is to look at the rank. Yes, rank is definitely important. And also to look what is the informal discussions about the institution, about the departments, about the faculty, about the processes that goes on in social media. That gives a lot of information, not only to the students, but also for the faculty and administrator. Now, my university is how that is actually being spoken about in informal channels, because formal channels like ranking definitely gives a clear information on hard, facts based on analysis. But there is also an informal channel which we need to look into to tap what is the general discourse about many of these universities. #1, in which cluster we are being actually perceived. People also work in terms of cluster. When you choose, say for example, I want to choose a mechanical engineering program. Some of these toppers will have some 5 preferences, C, A, B, C, D, E. But when it comes to say, I want to do exactly like in medical, you have some colleges, the gynec will be, come in the top. Some will be, good in, how to teach modern medicine. And also that differences comes in these informal channels. So as a student, we need to take both formal ranking as well as informal ranking. And from a university perspective, when we want to achieve a dream status, yes, getting up in the ladder in the ranking process is very important. All of us are actually working on it. But what happens in that subaltern discussions, which is not captured in a ranking process, that is also important. And that's where even media like Business World and all play a role when we continuously churn out a lot of articles apart from the ranking. So that also serves as an input to have an idea about which university is doing actually what in different areas of specialization.
Just one thing. See, we are not into the concept of clusters. Okay. So now we have to learn now. So I can go to Bharat University and get what is the excellence in them, or a central university, and send our students to them. So they have a good exposure to whatever there in the particular field. So the concept of clusters has to be now practiced by us. Then number 2, it's very easy for all of us. Each time, each of us, right? Whatever happens in your department, we need not go for accreditation. Accreditation asks the same thing. So whatever you do, put it on your digital platform, which I do now, right? So today I came here because I have to be known. My university has to be known, right? Thank you.
Thank you. So as Professor Satyanarayanan said that, yes, of course, ranking gives you some picture, but we have to have a comprehensive research on ranking, because ranking gives an overall view of the institute. But if you are going to go in for a particular subject, You have to go in to find out how do that university is performing in that subject wise. Because it may be in case of engineering, the ranking of that institute may be number one, but if you want to go in for nanotechnology, they may not be that much specialized one. So you have to be very choosy and find out in all aspects. And diversity. Yeah, and that's what Professor Krishnan sir also has been mentioning and is demanding that a diverse background of students from rural areas to be given a priority. That's what many of our even government agencies fighting for NEET, non-requirement of making it as mandatory. Of course, that's leave it to the other political parties to take care. Now we will just see how about the guidance we can give for any student to select a university based on, is that a need of academic and non-academic activities to be taken care and considered by a student in selecting a university? In that way, I will put on to the panel members to just address, is it only academic activities he has to take care or non-academic activities performance also to be considered in selecting a dream university?
Sir, this question is difficult for me because we have the common entrance test for selecting the students by ranking. But once they enter into the university, they have their own choice where they automatically they are going for some extension work, for sports activity or cultural activity. But one thing I can appreciate that even I don't know that what's going on Orissa, what's going on Bihar, what's going on in Delhi, the festivals. But in our university, every month one festival will be there where I can see the culture and tradition of each state in the university. That automatically coming, we are not directing any students for any functions like that. That is the one thing. But what I want to conclude that because leaders of the university is there, my dear, the leaders of the university, the students are now bright students. They can learn the subject by their own way because now access is too much. But my humble request is, I am from a village. Kindly teach them what is the culture of our each and every state. What's the tradition of each and every state. And finally, what's the moral and ethics? Because, now you all accept it. After the corona, there are some problem in that students community. It should not be there. They should know that how to respect the parents, how to respect the elders, how to respect that their own village people. By that, as that our Honorable Prime Minister rightly told that the Vasudeva Kudumbam should come together, not only improve India, to improve that India to equal to the world level. That's the way. I thank you very much for giving the opportunity because 1 minute is there.
And one more is when we give the opportunity to the student for internationalization, which is now into practice now. I think so a few days back we had a good panel discussion with the AIU and Government of India, like what all we can do with these international university, bringing them here and exchange programs. So that is more important. So the students have a broader, for their future, they have an idea of the future, some of the brighter students, but about the mediocre students or the below average students, it is we who have to encourage them. And so these are the students who go and tell to everybody that in this university, they are taking care of the students very well, both financially as well as in education, and giving the job opportunity by having the placement cell and international affairs. So these students, we have students because I can give an example. Few days back, he was a very naughty student. That's all I can say. 2 students, but they were willing to go to Malaysia. So the teachers, okay, they said, yes, I can go to Malaysia for a training in one of the university. You know, yesterday that Malaysian university person came to my university and said, these students are really faring very well. Your teachers are the best. This is what they say. So we have to encourage the below average students we need not think that they are the only bright students. So in that case, by word, it will reach the public, and also diverse students we can call from other states to come over here, particularly the Northeast state, Northeast, and where they do not access to education. So we can, of course, the government of India also makes them to, they themselves give the appointment to each and every college, I think so. So diversification with other state also, by word, definitely the students will benefit through the university, which would be a dream university for the stakeholders and as well as for the students. Thank you. That would be my end of my talk. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next, Professor Satya.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at whether academic excellence alone is important or extracurricular is also important. There are, in the previous panel also, there was much talk about ChatGPT, generative AI. A lot of changes are happening. Many rote-based or algorithmic jobs are going to be taken over by machines. As the earlier panel rightly pointed out, there is something called as human empathy, which the machines cannot, at least in the near future, cannot actually take over. So being functional and academic excellence is very important, no doubt about that. But more importantly, as a university and an education institution, what about the soft skills? Today there are a lot of uncertainties which the student is going to face tomorrow. Climate change is a big thing. And even interpersonal, relations, public speaking, there are a lot of other softer aspects of human development. So a dream university is something which should be academically excellent, giving the right academic direction to the student, and also help the student, handhold the student, support him and her to understand the changes that is actually happening around, respond to those changes possibly, and how to still successfully chart out a future course, because the student, the university is going to be the bedrock for the next 30-40 years career for a student who is coming in. So that there is a responsibility on the part of the university to actually give a much comprehensive idea of education, not only restricting to an academic excellence in a functional area, but also about the environment we live in, about the human factors like empathy. Because today there is much talk about ethics, corporate scandals are happening. So there are a lot of other subtler aspects. It's not just someone who is going to be a superhero in a functional area, but flounder in areas like human empathy and ethics. So we need to address that in a comprehensive way. And from the students' perspective, they need to look for institution, how an institution is also going to help them to construct a career for the next 30-40 years for them. Thank you very much.
With the permission of the organizer, just I will conclude this panel session. So as Madam said, that clustering we are just practicing now. And already our policymakers, UGC and AICT has introduced this academic credit banks, wherein a student from through our university, Central University or MGR University can do a program or a course in Bharat University. So it's a caution for all teachers, because how you can expose yourself across inter-universities. This is one point. And regarding the stopping the navigation of students from here to abroad and bringing in internationalization, the policy of NEP 2020 has given a very good platform for internationalization of universities. Foreign universities are going to land up in Indian soils with their, maybe with eminent professors and infrastructure. It's going to be really a challenge. And in this way, even our university and the government, everybody is striving hard to bring back study in India programs, and even ensure that all foreign students from Western countries, they come to India and take their course, because this is where Dakshashila University or something, we all originated here and it has moved to Western countries. We hope with the cooperation of all stakeholders, again, students from Western countries will surely come to India and to pursue their studies in the leading universities in India. Thanks to all the participants for patiently listening. I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity on behalf of all the panel members, and I wish a successful career for all the students who have assembled here. Thank you. Thank you, Randa.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the floor open for Q&A. So if you have any questions, you can raise your hand. We'll have the mic passed to you. Anybody from the audience, any questions? All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Yes. Ma'am is saying end of it, so no questions, right? Exactly, ma'am. Well, it was a very interesting, yes, very, very interesting session. Thank you so much. And can we have you forward for a group picture right here? Everybody, can we have a big round of applause for our speakers? Well, ladies and gentlemen, our presenting partner for today, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai, our supporting partner, All India Council for Technical Education. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Please put your hands together to welcome him. And I would request Mr. Ruhail to please hand over a token of gratitude to our speakers. Everybody, can we have a big round of applause for all of them right here? A huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, everybody? Thank you for joining us here. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to our last panel discussion of the day, which is truly going to be another interesting and captivating session. And our next panel discussion is going to be on skilling revolution, reconciling academia with experiential learning. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we have our moderator, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Please put your hands together to welcome him on the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to welcome our panelists for today, Professor Pokumaran, Principal Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Chennai. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. And along with him, I would like to request our next panelist to please kindly join us on the dais. Professor Sridhar Natarajan, Dean, Chennai Business School. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. And inviting Dr. A.T. Ravichandran, Dean, Academics Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Welltech Rangarajan, Dr. Saguntala R&D Institute of Science and Technology. Everybody, can we have a big round of applause for all our speakers right here? Thank you so much for joining us here, and over to you, Ruhail.
Thank you, Juhi, for the introduction. And day-long deliberations, we have touched upon the most relevant conversations throughout, and this one being another one, because the way things are taught and I mean the learning that happens, of course there's a lot of your memory has a lot to do with it. That has been the case. Of course there are success stories too. It's not that people have not learned, but the focus has been on in a different way. And here we are trying to make it more experiential, more relatable, so that the outcome is not just that you got great numbers, but that it impacted you internally, apart from the job you got, apart from the big thing that happened in your career. As a person, you change. I think that is one of the bigger parts of education. I think we don't really pay attention to what it does to the person. We always evaluate, look at it like how much will it fetch you in the market, how much will you contribute in the next big tech revolution? But what about you as a person as well? I think that's also an aspect that we miss on it. So let me start with you, Professor Natarajan, that how do we, the way we teach in the higher institutions, the way we have, and we have success stories too. Do we actually need to make it more experiential? Is it good enough? What is wrong with that?
If you ask what is wrong, there's a long list. Let me answer in a different way. when I studied in IIT and when I was in IIM, attendance was not compulsory. So Sundar Pichai was also an IITian, a few years junior to me. Attendance was not compulsory for him also, but he made it big. Many of my batchmates have made it big. The reason was that students went to class not because they had to go, because they wanted to go. Big difference. So question now is, what makes a student want to go to class? I would like to link that with what my dear friend Satya had mentioned about the 3 categories of students in that research. The student who wants an experience and also wants to learn. Students who are a little more motivated about learning, and students who don't quite know what they want. So the second category need to be really challenged and need to be given a lot of experiential learning for them to be excited about the learning. The people who seek inspiration will largely look at advice, and therefore that is going to make them tick. The people who really want education as an also product and are here for other activities, they are the ones who you have to try and see how best you can, because they will not be interested in the traditional classroom kind of teaching. I don't think the teachers are doing anything wrong. I think they are probably in some institutions, they are more focused on, if I'm allowed to say, more focused on marks and examinations rather than, as you rightly said, overall development of the student. Can he be or can she be a product that is ready to contribute to industry? I think this is the challenge that we face.
Wonderful. I think, what you mentioned is that end of the day, it's also invoking that passion, the student, I think somewhere, some of them really, as you said, Sundar Pichai, despite having the option, opted to join all the classes. So that passion element is there, but where does that passion come from? We'll come to that as well. Professor Karanth Raj, so what is your take on reconciling academia with experiential learning? What are the best ways this can happen in India? Sorry, the mic is up.
When we talk about the experiential learning process, generally the teaching learning process is very, very important key role. Instead of thinking into what to learn or what to teach, the focus is how to learn, how to teach. In that part, the experiential learning practices is very, very important. Fundamentally, the teaching is how the students will be able to remember the concept for a long period, and how the students will be able to develop a product which is directly or indirectly benefit for the society. So with this context, we need to provide a holistic educational system by providing various opportunities for bridging the gap with the curriculum as well industry expectations. That's why many accreditation bodies, Washington Accord, they are focusing on knowledge, skill, and attitude. So skilling, reskilling is very, very important in connection with having strong industry alliances and partnership. That's why most of the institutions, they have industry-based curriculum and updated curriculum in connection with the recent trends and advancements. So the journey from institution to industry, also back journey from industry to institute, theory to practice sessions, which will really help the students to learn better. That's why now the theory courses with laboratory curriculum is introduced. And most of the courses are connected with the industry experiences. And many modifications are happening with the Government of India initiative like National Education Policy. So experiential learning process will certainly help. And also we are handling the main challenge, what we are handling is we are handling adult learners. And we need to provide a holistic environment. and experiential learning practices for each and every concept what they are learning, and it should be aligned with the industry expectations. Thank you.
Well, wonderfully said. I think very relevant points here. Dr. Ravichandran, your initial comment on the need to make our curriculum more experiential. Your opening remarks, where are we headed? What is happening on that front?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, my thanks to that Business World Education, the team members for inviting me be the panel member of the daylight members. The first one is that the education is to learn the skill and knowledge. That is what to learn, as my friend talked about that, what to learn, when to learn, how to learn. So all the things. Ultimately, the education has to give the confidence among the students, not only the students and also the faculty members, those who are teaching the subject. Particularly after the pandemic period, since we are in the teaching for the last 30, 40 years, we are seeing that vast difference among the students' mindset, particularly after that pandemic period. Because when we are introducing the digital devices to the students, right from the LKG onwards, right, the students' learning attitude completely changed. So for the sake of attendance only, yes, morning also the chairman of that Sriram Engineering, Chennai Institute of Technology, Sriram talks about that. The students are coming to the college only for having fun, right? So make the learning a fun activity, like that he was talking about that. So now the big challenge among the faculty member is that how to attract the students' attention, or how to change the mindset, or how to make the students more involved in that subjects what we are teaching. So that is possible only by way of that bringing that experiential learning. Say, for example, I was still I remember that 40 years back when I was doing my UG in Anna University, Guindy, main campus, one professor, right? He was not a doctorate. That time the professor used to handle the course called the heat and mass transfer. One day he came to the class with a flask and 3 tumblers, one mud tumbler, one brass tumbler, another one is the normal silver tumbler. He kept the tumbler on that table and he brought the flask also. What we thought that no, used to have a cup of tea also or hot water, something like that. He poured the hot water on all the 3 tumblers. He asked one of the students to measure the temperature of using the thermometer. The student measured that, he noted down that initial temperature and he closed all that with the lid. And he was deriving the equation for heat conductivity. So after the lengthy equation, right? So he put up that equation. What is the specific conductivity of the mud? He put up that for brass, for silver, ever silver. And he found out what will be that final temperature of the water. Again, he asked the same student to measure the temperature. To be that this one, almost 1 or 2 degree difference only. Right? Even 40 years afterwards also, I remember the concepts. That's what the professor talking
because
about.
it was shown in front of you. It was
yes,
experience, right?
We are making the students involved in that learning, right? So the normally any derivation of equation is the boring one. But
absolutely,
there, the professor made that. That's what the professor. In our time, there is no attendance at all. We had 120 students, 2 sections. But in that professor class alone, the strength will be almost 80 or 90. Normal strength is 60. His class alone, his strength will be 80 or 90. Why? He is involving the students in the learning activity. That's why even after 40 years, I retain that concepts in that heat and mass transfer. Now I am applying that. So make the students to involve that. Ask the students to involve themselves in that learning activities. Give some small experiments.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That will make them more involvement. They will come to the class.
And you can remember it after
Yes,
40 years.
yes,
So
yes.
that means it's immersive. It stays with you when you actually do it, participate in that, right? Let me come to you, Mr. Natarajan. We have had, let me give an example of President Kalam, like that, whole lot of geniuses who came from simple, non-experiential schools. They were taught on blackboards, but they did wonders, you know. My question is that sometimes the fad or the trend in the market is overplayed, you know. I mean, it has to be applied, but sometimes the focus unnecessarily shifts to it. I'm not against the topic that we're discussing, but I'm trying to understand. There are two different forces. So we have people who have become geniuses with the same education system. At the same time, today, even getting an attention of the student is so difficult. We are trying to make education fun, you know. So how do you see this dichotomy also? I mean, how do we address, how do we build and bring in good things from here and the good things from the new concept?
So one always looks at dichotomy in a negative way. It's a very positive way. You know, if you have differences, then only you can have the fun, the learning, the enjoyment. So that you mentioned eminent scientists and people like this. See, there are people who pursue a course because they are interested in that course. The percentage of such people is rather low. There are others who do the course because they have to do something. I have finished my 12th. I got to do something. I can't sit at home. There are so many options. I have engineering, I have arts, science, whatever. I'll pick something. So these are the people who have not yet knowing what they want to do in life. They are just going by the flow. Now, these people, when that inspiration comes, when they realize, so I know of one lady in who completed a course in IIM Bangalore, and then she became a professional Bharatanatyam dancer. It's because when she joined IIM, she didn't know she wanted to be a Bharatanatyam dancer. You can't blame her for that. But somewhere in the process, she realized this is not my calling. It's okay. For some people, that realization of calling comes earlier. Some people it comes later, but at least it's coming. So when people really want to be a scientist or a technologist or whatever, they are the ones who will excel because they know why they have joined a particular course and they know the value of the inputs that are given there. So it's okay. You can't, it's always in the normal distribution, you'll always have a small percentage who are here. So you don't have nothing to worry about. Everybody cannot become a great scientist. But the point is, let us not see education only as knowledge transfer. As you rightly pointed earlier, and as my colleagues are saying, it is about the development of the individual. He has to develop in many ways. Knowledge has to develop, skill has to develop, his attitude has to develop, which is what you said. So if the institution is looking at all the three, the reason is when we were young, attitude did not seem to be a challenge because we were brought up in a different way. But today, children are brought up with a lot more access to, I would say, instruments which make them aware of many things. So they need to be taught a little bit about positive attitude and things like that. So that is my take on this.
Absolutely. I think we can learn, you know, the best parts from both the systems, both the approaches. And ultimately, again, it boils down to how soon you discover that you are interested in it, rather than just being a tick mark. You're studying because you have to study or your parents told you that you have to do this, right? You know, there's also Professor Karantaraj, you know, teachers play an important role, like you said. When your teacher showed you those three, what do you call, jars, you know, I mean, you remembered it. So teachers making, so it boils down to actually teachers, you know, having great visionary teachers, you know. How are you training your teachers, for example, your professors, you know, you know, people who are there, you know, how are they being trained to impart more of experiential in their learning? Are you doing special workshops for them? How are they learning to do experiential better? You can use this one.
Always the professors of eminence, I can say, they are really creating an impact on the student's life. When, as said by Professor, when we were doing our undergraduate or postgraduate programs in engineering and technology, we were spending 50% of the time in the industry in parallel in PhD College of Technology. When I was studying electrical machines subject, I was supposed to work in electrical machines industry inside the campus, long back, 25 years before. So then the field study based classroom teaching, when I am studying about transmission and distribution lines of subject concept, immediately in the next day, I'll be in the substations nearby villages. Those, the theory to practice sessions are missing in most of the institutions now. That is required. And when I am having interaction with the electrical engineering students of any institution, when they are asking about whether you visited the substations for understanding the concept of power systems or transmission distribution, so it is lagging. So those type of the experiential learning practices given by the teachers, that's very, very important role. That's why long back, maybe 15 years before, many corporates, Government of India was taking new initiatives. The activity-based learning process, role play, theory to practice sessions, project-based learning methodologies, practice-based methodologies, competency-based teaching methodologies. Now, finally, the students, what they are learning, they are understanding, it should be converted into a project. And now the startup and innovation ecosystem culture is created. Previously, it was not part of the curriculum, as said by Professor. We need to create a holistic environment, and he should be all-round performer in terms of knowledge, skill, attitude, and other way. Now, the present generation, Generation Z, they are very, very intelligent, smarter, and they are inspiring others. As a case study, we have connected all the projects, teaching learning practices into connected to Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. And all the projects which is directly connected to all the 17 goals. And now students are able to perform well, and they are able to create products. And I like to say one case study. The Government of India, Ministry of Defense, they have taken a new initiative called Defense Innovation Organization, IDEX. They are directly giving a problem state challenges and problem challenges directly to the community, directly to students level, professors level. It's really, normally we talk about is like Ranuva Ragasiyam in Tamil, military secret. Now the problem challenges, problem definitions of Army, Navy, Air Force, and other sectors, it is being given to the students community level. Many group of students in Tamil Nadu and North India, they are giving a problem, solutions for the problem. So they are the winner of Defense, Indian Navy, Army, and others. So when we are motivating them, converting their ideas, concept into a product with commercialization idea, finally knowledge is power, knowledge is money. So when they are having a confident to become entrepreneurs, especially startup, first generation entrepreneurs, and we are able to convert them into a first generation entrepreneurs. Certainly these experiential learning practices, what we learned from our teachers, and we are able to remember it, and they are performing well in their career. So that's my ideas into that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Ravichandran, your take on involving teachers and making them impart more experiential learning. How are you approaching that? What is your story like?
Yeah, what is that? The teacher role in that experiential learning is very, very important. The problem in our education system is that the teacher themselves, they are lagging in that industrial exposure.
Sorry, I want to interrupt here. Earlier we were saying that why don't we make teaching the highest paid job? Won't it solve? It's as simple, right? If you make it the highest paid job, I'm sure, when people complete IIT, IIMs, excellence, institutions of excellence, they don't go to teaching necessarily, right? Unless it's a passion, right?
No, teaching.
Sorry.
I'm just a teacher. As far as I know, teachers don't worry about money. That's why they teach.
No, but if we if we make them, kind of, make it change the way it is approached, I think it might have.
I think those who want to teach will teach. Those who want to go to industry will go to industry. I don't think money is the reason, primary motivation for us. Am I right, sir?
Yes, yes,
I'd
absolutely.
like to add a point here. I came from teacher's family and I was forced to enter into teaching community. But now I am enjoying and see the dedication and legacy of teaching profile. Now, every institution, every organization is focusing on faculty empowerment, I can say. Equally, faculty members are empowered. Industry linkages and even internship is provided for faculty members. So that once they are empowered, they are able to inspire the students' community.
Right.
We have connected directly with the industry clusters.
Right, right. So sorry.
That's what I am also coming to say that to address these type of issues in the faculty members, we in our institution, we used to send the faculty members during the summer vacation to the industries. And also we have the excellent industry relation department. Through that, almost every year, 550, 600 students are going to the industry for doing their 9 months project, not 6 months project, 9 months project. So that when the students are going for 3 months project in the industry, it will take time for them to get accustomed to the system. Whereas in the 9 months project, first 1 or 2 months, they will learn the system and they will really contribute. So that also helped them to get the placement in the same company. That also we have seen that. That is one thing. The second thing is that being that a deemed university, we have the liberty to frame our own curriculum. So I myself designed a course called a 6-credit course in that 3D printing course. 3 years back itself, we started that before the pandemic season. So what happened now, the 3D printing, that time only it was start gaining this on. So we have introduced the subject theory, practical plus project. Initially a project will be given. Now the student, he has to make the project, complete the project. So given a project that is that for making that universal joint. So one group of students will get the driver shaft, another students will be getting the driven yoke, and third one is getting that the pinion, that is in between the connecting pin. Now when they are joining together, it should work. That is the thing. And another batch of students, they got the timer bone. We got the data from the Google, right? And the student learn what is the 3D printing, the theory part, and simultaneously he practiced that in the practical part. And he designed that, he exported that design part into that file or the 3D printing file. And he made that component, he tested in that tensile testing machine. So what is the various properties of that product? He tested that and he published the paper in the journal, Elsevier journal. And also he presented his findings in an international workshop about that project-based learning. It was well appreciated by that professors from the University of Twente. That I got that inspiration when I was visiting the University of Twente in Netherlands, when I went there in 2018. There every student, they have to do that experimental learning because they have the huge workshop. Whereas that type of investment is not affordable. That is one problem we have that. Every faculty members, they are giving that particular project to the student. They are with the students. They are with the students also. They are with the faculty almost for 8 hours, 9 hours, till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. They are in the workshop, not the laboratory.
I would like to
Sure.
Implement what he said. I know of some professors, sir, who travel with the students all the way to Delhi for that auto expo, where the students have see, just like students, the normal distribution, we'll have a normal distribution for faculty also. There will be a few faculty members who are inspired on their own and who inspire the students to no end. But you cannot expect every faculty member to have that inspiration.
Important context. I will add one point here. In the context of faculty empowerment or providing an experiential learning process to the students community, the startup and innovation ecosystem not only for students community, it is for the faculty and students. And as a case study, we tried with last 2 years, we established the Sairam Techno Incubator Foundation Section 8 company inside the campus, and we were able to convert the idea concept into a product.
Now 57 faculty members, they have own startups. To myself, I signed a memorandum of understanding, partnered with the Ministry of Defense. I am having a startup as a principal, Armor Grenadier Private Limited, which is solving a problem of Indian Navy. So faculty members, default, they have self-confidence. It's called Vidya Garvam. And indirectly, it will be beneficial for the students community, indirectly beneficial for the nation building.
Of course, if they create disruptors, of course, if they can create disruptors, so they are the biggest disruptors, of course, right? Professor Natarajan, I've seen one more. There's also a factor of attitude. For example, I have seen this comment, I heard this, that there's this certain institution, very well-renowned, well-known, but their focus on extracurricular, experiential, some parents are sometimes saying, "Arey, yahan pe bahut zyada padhai nahi hoti hai." So mindset, how parents also visualize learning, I think there is a mindset block also. This thing, unless the teacher comes, teaches in a traditional way, it's not education. It's not, having fun is not education. Do you think there is a cultural barrier also towards experiential that we need to we need to go on the other side of it,
It is there in schools. It definitely cannot be there in colleges. I mean, it can't be. So I know of a school where they brought computers to a lab and asked students to work on computers. And the parents said, no, I don't want my school kids working on computers. That's school kids.
Yeah, right.
But colleges and all, parents should not interfere. So this is where the earlier topic was about Dream University. The university promoter should be clear as to who their main stakeholder is. So you can't please everybody. You can't please the students, the parents, everybody. So your job is to work with this batch of students and make them productive in some way, whichever way it is. If the parents cannot interfere in this, because that's why you have started an institution. If they knew, they can start an institution on their own. They don't need to interfere here. I don't think that's right. I hope it's not true what you're saying, because if parents start interfering in the running of an institution, then there's nothing right about this.
So I'd like to add a point here. See, now as per our discussion, the performance in other extracurricular, co-curricular initiatives are very taking lead. Professional, I am the chairman of IEEE Madras section and one of the leading non-profit international organization, having more than 10 lakh plus professional members. Students are enjoying the outcome connected with the professional societies, club activities, entrepreneurship activities, and many. For example, if we are giving an opportunity to become a volunteer for technical event, they are ready to perform well. So this type of they are enjoying well, and I can say we have introduced a new system called in addition to regular CGPA, EGPA. It's a new concept, performance grade point average, including all the certifications, online certifications, projects they carried out, startup initiatives they carried out, club and cell initiatives, and many things, even NSS, social innovation activities. All these things are covered under PGPA, not for grading into mark sheet. So that we will be able to identify the super performers in that area and reward them for their better career enhancement. Thank you.
Right. There are students at the back, and I want them to ask a question after this round, okay? Because they let them be participative. Dr. Ravichandran, do you think there is a cultural barrier towards experiential that we need to overcome?
Yeah, definitely. Because I am seeing a lot of difference between the students coming from that urban side and also from the rural side. Rural side, their mindset is different, and the urban side student mindset is different. That's why we have that acquittance program. 21 days we are conducting, so that we will have the uniformity among the students to remove the barrier, right? We are taking all the students to that various industries, and industry people are coming to the institution as part of that acquittance activities. Then they will talk to the students. So what is the industry, how that industry will be, like that. And as a part of that also, as I told you already, we are taking the students also to the industry, both in the software industry and also in the core industries, right? Many of the industries are happily coming forward in extending their support. So in that way, we are slowly overcoming that. But definitely we are seeing there is a barrier among the students between the rural and also in that students coming from that urban area. That we have to address through that personal counseling. We have that mentoring system only. We need to counsel them. We need to this one. Whereas in the school, their main focus is only on the marks. Even the concepts also they are not trying to understand.
Things have changed a lot, sir. We had done a survey for schools. The kind of things schools are doing today, the focus is not at all on marks. They are really moved way ahead. Yeah, correct.
But I think more of niche schools and top schools. But of course, overall, what do you call the India and the Bharat story is very different, right? I mean, they're still, they don't have these privileges maybe, right? But let me, okay, as a moderator, there's one more voice in this, which is the audience. I'll just invite if there's any one question, then I will ask my final question. Yeah, students been there, but they have been very silent observers. Okay, yeah, here in the front. You can. So let's make it experiential, you know. Let them also participate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Sir, I would like.
Name your name and where are you?
Sir, I'm Sudev. I'm from Indian Maritime University, Chennai campus. I'm studying MBA in Port and Shipping Management. Okay, sir. So my question is like we have our written exams and our performance, like based on our class performance, we have percentage of marks. Same like for faculties, if there is a basic pay and is an appraisal system based on the students' review, like some systems like that, appraisal system based on the students'
where student is the stakeholder. Wow.
Yes, yes, please.
All of you.
So I may be a little old-fashioned in my answer. I don't think students should appraise teachers. I think you have come here for your agenda. You should learn. If you're not happy with the learning, you must seek learning somewhere. You must give the feedback. That's it. But don't worry about is the faculty being appraised. That's not your concern. The institution's management is there for that. But I'm saying a different scale. I think marks should not be there. I mean, in Chennai Business School, we don't have exams. We have continuous assessment. So we don't want students to just prepare for 3-4 days and write an exam and say they are great. No, they're not great. They have to be continuously assessed. And faculty are, if you think the faculty are not being assessed by the management, you're wrong. Management is constantly looking. I mean, that is why we are here. And we get feedback. And I must tell you that I personally have asked 2 or 3 faculty to stop taking a course based on feedback. So it's not that it's not happening, but I don't think you should be worried whether management is doing or not.
So the management is already taking those factors into account and yeah.
Sure, sir.
So it's very critical, like a 360-degree feedback mechanism is followed and well-defined feedback systems is followed for a faculty appraisal system, as said by sir. So it is now enriched, not only with the teaching learning, it is with the research, it is with the project, it is with how they are equipping themselves for e-learning courses, how many Coursera certifications they received, how many industry they visited, how many industry problem they brought in, all the things connected with the delivering of content to the students community. So it's well defined, and most of the organization they're taking keen on faculty. That's why I said a term called faculty empowerment. So they're doing for the benefit of the students community. Thank you.
I would like to, since you are a student, every faculty knows, but everybody who knows cannot deliver well. There are 2 parts, knowledge and delivery. But the faculty knows if the student is interested in learning, he will get the knowledge. But if the student is interested in assessing them, that's when it gets lost. So you be clear as to why you are there. If the student is interested, the teacher will always be there and he'll never let you down.
Right. All right. This brings me to my final question.
Sir, sorry if I overstepped. I just
no, don't worry. No, you raised a valid point, and they give their own, of course, the right answers for it, and that's okay. We are an open. It has to be a debate.
Thank you.
My final question to you. Let me start with you, Professor Natarajan. where does the problem lie when you want to correct and bring more experience? Is it on the teacher side or on the student side?
There is no problem. I don't know. Why do you think there's a problem? There's no problem.
No, I tell you my experience. Again, a higher institution, higher education, Delhi. I went there. Honestly, the teachers were not in tune with the market forces, marketplaces, not at all. My personal observation. So I mean to say, that students at times, maybe they would have learned if teachers were brighter. So I'm saying, where does the problem lie? With the management? Or it's not a problem. Okay, what can improve? Where can things improve? On the student side, on the management side, on the teacher side?
If you talk about improvement, everything has to improve. Nobody is perfect. We're not God yet, right? We're human beings. So it means we have scope for improvement. But we are trying. That's the most important thing. The selection process of students have improved. And therefore, we are able to at least make sure that the person who we are admitting for an engineering course or a management course has the basic aptitude and the basic ability to become an engineer or a management graduate. We're doing that much better now than we used to do in the past. The teachers are being trained, as Professor said very nicely, they have been encouraged to do a lot of things. So things are happening. And when change happens, you have to give it time for it to mature. I honestly feel there's no problem. I think we're doing the best, and I'm sure we'll be there sooner or later.
Quick question. I mean, to you, I have to get this response. So we still celebrate. I mean, I was just going on driving on a road, and I'd seen these hoardings because the admission season is here, and only one metric was there: placement 60 lakh per annum, 40. How do we celebrate knowledge? I mean, how do we undo this celebration of the numbers and celebrate knowledge? Is that only in theory, or it can happen?
Not at all. Not at all. We see there is a marketing angle. There is the delivery, course delivery. What you see is the marketing. Marketing has to say things that will attract the people to come. My role as an educator starts after they join the institution. In order to bring them to the institution, the marketing department will obviously say the things that the parent or the stakeholder will want to hear. So that's different. I mean, we are not talking about education. We're not talking about the marketing. Marketing is a different thing. We can have another seminar on that. I'm quite okay. But right now we're talking about education, and my role starts when the student gets admitted. It's okay. The hoarding is fine.
Perfect. Your quick take on, what can improve? Where can things improve to become, better as far as learning and teaching is concerned?
That's why in the overall continuous improvement is happening in terms of, I can say innovation, it will not come at the end. Innovation in terms of curriculum development, how the curriculum delivery, curriculum assessment and evaluation. In this context, and all the new things are introduced, like as I said earlier, how many students are going to be an entrepreneur, how many students are going to be entered into IT industries, or core engineering opportunities, or research opportunities. That's different. So the entire thing is now moving into the CDIO curriculum, the concept, design, implement, and operate. So when we are seeing a CDIO curriculum framework, and we are able to see the progress. And one more thing I like to highlight here, as said by Sir, the marketing point of view is different. That the program outcomes after 4 years of graduation, how the students will be, what the students will be. It's called program outcomes. So for that, the institutions are working and having a meticulous planning to deliver the content effectively, to frame the content effectively, even the assessment process as said by Professor. Once all the things are happening effectively, so we'll be able to produce a quality graduates out of the higher education system. Thank you.
Wonderful. Closing remarks, Dr. Ravi Chandran. What can improve in your view?
That is the thing. Again, that is that I say that the NEP also insists on that go for collaborative, research-based, or participating lifestyle of learning. So we need to inculcate this experiential learning in all the courses. So that will make the students to understand the concepts. Say today, if you are asking even an engineering student, electrical engineering student, do you know how to change a fuse in that old type of fuse carrier? They may not know that because they have never changed that fuse. That is, we in the family as a parent, I am not allowing my son to learn that, to have that experience. So how I can make him as a successful engineer? So it starts from that home, one. We should give a lot of students that let them make mistakes. The experiential learning, they will say, I used to quote the cycling. Say in the cycling, my brother, he taught me the fundamentals. After that, I had taken the cycle, I fell down many number of times, had that blood that came out, all the things, and we wipe out with that our saliva, we will wipe out, right? All the things we have done, but we never skipped up the giving the cycling. That's why that today we are running in the bicycle, we are doing all that wheeling and other things because of the confidence I had in that learning. So that's what I am asking that. Let us experience everything. In the laboratory, it is not for doing that experiment as per the procedure. Say, I am a mechanical engineer. I used to give the manufacturing technology lab. We used to make the turning operations. So the thing is that the students are learning how to make the turning and other thing, removal of material. I said that don't try to learn how to remove that material. Why the finish is like this? If I change the parameters, so what will happen? Don't worry whether there will be a damage to the tool or the machine. Don't worry. It can be always replaceable. But you are learning that, you are getting that experience. Now, when you are operating at a particular high speed, so you'll get a nice finish. The surface roughness can be minimized. So that cannot be taught in the book. That will come only by that. That's why that laboratory, use the laboratory, spend more time in the laboratory, make the mistake. If some accident happen, let it be. That also an experience. Because these type of only experience only will give you that experience. If you are not falling from the cycle, you will never know.
Absolutely. I think I'm getting a cue that the time is up, but one, you want to add a point?
Yeah, I would like to add one point here. The experiential learning, not only for students, it's for the faculty members also. That's why the teaching learning is not a separate component. Teaching and learning is for both. We had a colloquial memes and other thing, 80s kids, 90s kids, and millennials, then generation Z. That's why now the students are different. Their expectations are different. So we need to cope up with their expectations, and we need to provide a conducive environment, and we need to understand them. We cannot strictly become a teacher, and we should become a mentor for each and every students community. That will really help the students community to perform well, to contribute well, to achieve more in their career. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. I think a lot of points emerging. I hope, I felt very enriched by what all, was discussed here. And of course, I think we are well on our way of that change, and we are navigating that change. A lot of good is already with us, and which can improve. That's one resonating point that resonates across, this panel discussion. Thank you, all of you, for sharing. I wish we had more time, and and we could have definitely touched upon other aspects. But thanks again for taking
Thank you
time
very much.
here.
Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Well, truly an enlightening session this has been. May I please request you all to come center stage for a group picture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was our final panel discussion. And for today, our presenting partners are Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai, our supporting partner, All India Council for Technical Education, our B School partner, Doila Institute of Business Administration, online learning partner, Coursera for Campus, in association with PW Education, organized by PW Business World. And now may I please request Mr. Ruhail to hand over a token of gratitude to our panelists. Can we have a big round of applause for all our panelists? Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. I would like to thank all our speakers. It's truly a delight and a pleasure to have you here. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the session. I would like to thank each one of you here for joining us today and making this event a spectacular one with your glorious presence. Thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Juhi, and signing off right away right here. Thank you so much once again for joining and wishing you a great day ahead. Thank you. May I please request you all to join us for high tea right outside this hall? Thank you.